Okay, councillors, welcome to today's council meeting of Tuesday, November the 16th. We're going to start our meeting off by going in camera to discuss in-camera matters. I would need a motion and a seconder to move into camera. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and we will go in camera. Please remember to leave your electronic devices here. Our Sergeant at Arms will keep an eye on them, and we will continue downstairs in Committee Room 2. Thank you.
And if everyone could bring their yellow packages with them downstairs.
Okay, folks, welcome to tonight's council meeting of Tuesday, November the 16th. We just went in camera downstairs in Committee Room 2. We are now resuming upstairs in open council. And to begin our council meeting, we'll do it the traditional way that we've been doing for quite some time, is with the singing of O Canada. Now, let me just please introduce this before we actually play the recorded performance. You may recognize Kristen's performance of O Canada from our Remembrance Day service last week. Kristen has graciously offered to have this played at our council meeting today as well. She's a resident of Chippewa, born and raised. She's married with 2 daughters. Kristen works at Morrison Son Funeral Home as a funeral director and has been there for 19 years. Kristen has been singing since the age of 4, and it's evident in her rendition of our national anthem, which she did both last week at the city's Remembrance Day service as well as the Chippewa Remembrance service the week before. So we'll now stand, if you would, and listen to Kristen Patterson sing her version of O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
It's a great job by Kristen. She does an amazing job, and it's not always singing outside, in the wind, in the cold, but she does it every year for us and does an amazing job. Thank you, Kristen. Next up, we will do our land acknowledgement. With the aim of educating our community and acknowledging the many land treaties that overlay the city of Niagara Falls and the Niagara region, I invite Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, to join us once again to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land for millennia before us. We continue to share our gratitude together and give thanks for this special place that we call home.
Thank you. I just want to add a little bit more to the land acknowledgement that has been acknowledged here, especially in this city of Niagara Falls, in moving forward to build those relationships with our Indigenous population here. And I think one of the strong elements that is recognized is the dish with one spoon. And that encompasses kind of like a treaty or an agreement between nations even to utilize a space, a common space, so that you're not going to deplete what's there, that we're able to all come together and utilize what we need to for our well-being and to still have some resources left. And I think one of the things that showed this, for me anyway, in our ceremonies, is that we recognize that the strawberry is the leader amongst all of the plants. And we have a ceremony for the strawberry, but also that strawberry drink is at the other ceremonies. And so for us, they have the benches there for the singers and the drummers, and a drink is prepared, that strawberry drink, and it's brought in and put on the bench. It's just one pail and one dipper. And so anytime that anyone is thirsty, needs a drink to quench their thirst, then they can just come up to that pail and use that dipper and take a drink. And you're just quenching your thirst for that moment. And anyone else can do the same. Everybody has a responsibility to bring, say, some of those berries. We don't leave it all to one person. That'd be a pretty big job, because we have sometimes 200, 300 people at our ceremonies. And if it were left to one person, that's a huge job. So our job is to help with that responsibility. Everybody brings some berries to help make that juice so that it can be dispersed to everyone around there. And so we recognize that that dish with one spoon is that concept, and it's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years with our people. And so in moving forward, we see that in different aspects within our communities. And so we recognize and honor that this is being embraced, that this is a part of the history, part of the teaching, part of the learning that's happening within our communities. To build that bridge, and I can see that the city of Niagara Falls has helped to build those bridges, changing those lights in the falls to orange, helping our Indigenous populations in and around this area. And so we recognize and offer that gratitude that this is happening, that it's continuing, and we look for further togetherness with that. Nyama.
Thank you for that, Jackie. We look forward to amplifying Indigenous voices through the opportunity to share at the beginning of our council meetings as we offer a land acknowledgement and strengthen our friendships. Okay, moving through the agenda, we are now looking for an adoption of the minutes of the October 26, 2021. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, Councillor Ioannoni, you in favor of that too? Did you want to speak to it, Councillor?
No, I don't know why that yellow hand keeps going up. It's automatic. I'm not touching it. No, I didn't vote on it, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't at the meeting.
Okay. Oh, it looks like, is there a thing down now? Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, good. Okay, thank you for that. So that's, we voted, right? Did we just vote? Sorry, okay. All right, that's passed. Next up is disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Conflict of interest on 10.5, downtown BIA Parking, my spouse's former employer.
Okay, 10.5. Any other disclosures? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move along to the brief mayor's announcements. We have an obituary. Jacqueline Gardner, mother of Carol Gardner of our transportation department. We offer condolences to their family. Council and senior staff birthdays. Ed Lustig, our solicitor, his birthday, bless you, is Sunday, November the 28th. So we wish Mr. Lustig a happy birthday. Next up is Alex Hurlovich. And Alex, is it possible you could turn your camera on for a second? I'd like to talk about you for a second. Councillor Ioannoni's hand's back up. Okay. There he is, Mr. Hurlovich. So, Mr. Hurlovich, if anyone hasn't been paying attention, is going to be retiring. So we just want to do a little bit of a discussion around Alex Hurlovich for a moment. Alex was hired in October 1987 and has worked in planning his entire career for 34 years. He started as Deputy Director of Planning and Development, becoming the Director of the department in October of 2007. A leader on many transformational projects for our city. He led us through 2 Niagara Falls casinos, the Gale Center, the future Niagara South Hospital, the Battleground Hotel, Museum and area, and countless residential subdivisions and downtown redevelopment and zoning, just to mention a few. Alex, we've got a picture of Alex that we'd like to share. We can put that on the screen. And he's a tireless advocate for Wellspring. And we just thought it was important to show him in his Run Like a Girl fundraiser and to show off those killer legs of his that he's gained from all those years of running. On behalf of council, Alex, we'd like to say congratulations. Thanks for being a great sport. Thanks for all the work that you've done and putting up with all the different personalities around this horseshoe. We wish you all the very, very best. And Alex, we do have a gift for you here. I'm going to just kind of show it on the screen. You can see it. This we'll have to give to you, but it's a handmade Niagara Falls water drop vase that we'll give to you, Alex, when we see you in person. But on behalf of the city, we want to wish you well and thank you for your 34 years of service, and maybe give you a chance if there's anything that maybe you wanted to say.
Thank you, Worship and councillors and fellow staff. It's really been my honor to serve my community. As you outlined, when I came to Niagara Falls, it was really a transformative period in Niagara Falls growth. We went from one hotel having 14 stories in the Fallsview area to an amazing skyline. We did lose our traditional manufacturing along the way. As you know, we brought the casinos, and with the casinos, we've really transformed the city from a seasonal destination to a year-round destination, and that really has improved not only the physical condition of the city, but the social aspects as well, the benefits that come from being a full-time, year-round employee. And those who have seen that transformation because they live it know about that. You know, many people recognize me outside of City Hall. They'll stop me in the grocery store, they'll stop me on the street, they'll tell me we haven't done enough to protect our woodlands. They'll stop me and tell me that the last decision council made on a development was the best possible decision. And I really value that interaction with the public. Planning is really a collaborative process, and we need that input. And I'll miss that. You showed my Run Like a Girl costume. Through that fundraising, we were able to set up an endowment fund with the Niagara Community Foundation. That foundation has paid Wellspring more than $10,000 over the years through the interest that has been earned by that fundraising, and it was due to the support of this community. So I will miss that aspect, that community, and being a part of it. Some people see me as the face. I'm sorry I'm going on a little bit, but I do want to acknowledge that behind me is a huge team. You know, starting with our CAO, there have been 5 of those. All the department heads that we meet every few weeks to review our reports and where we're going. So their support, I value. The presentations that you see are done by planning professionals. The reports are done by our planners. They do the analysis, they do the consultation with the neighborhoods. All of those notices and the public meetings occur because of our technical staff. Our building permits, during the pandemic, we did not slow down. We cranked out a record number of construction permits, and our inspections occurred nonstop as if there was no societal pause. So I really must share that success with Sam and his staff as well. So it's really more than just me. I also want to mention, you know, and I wish I was a younger man. I'd like to see what the city will look like in 30 years, because we're projected to grow by another 44,000 people and 20,000 jobs. That is going to be transformative. The decisions that this council and future councils are going to have to make are going to be challenging, sometimes difficult, and some of them are even going to be unpopular. But it's going to really make a different world for Niagara Falls, and I really would like to be able to stay, but I really feel like it's time to pass the torch to the next director who can provide leadership through this tremendous period of growth. And I'd also like to thank my family. I wouldn't be here today without their support. I'm looking forward to spending time with my wife Camille down at our lake house, and time with our grandchildren. So those will be taking up part of my leisure time, and I'll continue to volunteer with Wellspring, continue my efforts for fundraising and promoting their services. Wellspring helped me tremendously at various parts of my life, and it's an organization that I'm proud to say is here in Niagara Region rather, and serves Niagara Falls residents as well as those of Niagara Region. So I've gone on long enough. So I'd like to thank the mayor, council, and the residents of Niagara Falls for what's been a most amazing 34 years. Thank you.
Alex, thank you very much. I've got Councillor Carrier would like to comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Alex, I just wanted to say that it's been a pleasure working with such a knowledgeable professional. You always seem to have a way to explain some very complicated issues so we could understand. And anytime that I ever called you, needed a little bit more time or an explanation on something, you were always there to answer my questions. Thank you for your service, and thank you for the help that you've given me on planning issues through my term in council with you. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Councillor Carrier. So Alex, again, I know this is your last meeting, so you're going to have, I think we've got one planning issue on the agenda tonight. So we'll see how you knock it out of the park tonight. So again, on behalf of all of us, thank you very much for all your years of dedicated service. You've been a real professional and a lot of fun to work with. Thank you. All right, thank you for that. Continuing on, I'd like to acknowledge some council representation. I'd like to thank Councillor Thompson for representing the city at the new South Niagara Hospital RFP announcement at the new site. I'd like to thank Councillor Lococo for representing the city at the Wise Guys charity check presentation to the Niagara Military Museum for window repairs at the Armory. And I'd like to thank Councillor Carrier for greetings to the leader of the official opposition event with Aaron O'Toole. We had the Spooky Awards. I'd like to congratulate Councillor Dabrowski. Another great success on your great idea that you started during the pandemic that not only really brought the community together, really encouraged people to decorate their houses to the point that it's become a real competition for Christmas now. So well done. More than 17 community prizes were awarded. It created some great community spirit and a lot of fun. So thank you for that, Councillor Dabrowski. The Arts and Culture Wall of Fame. I was joined by Councillors Lococo and Dabrowski. Congratulations again to this year's inductees, Dr. Maria Vitre, Tim Hicks, who I'd like to point out, we both went to the same high school and took guitar lessons from the same guitar instructor, Tim Miller, at the Ontario Conservatory of Music, except my musical career never really took off the way Tim Hicks did. I'm just relegated to a few Christmas carols once a year, and that's about it. So, and then they ask me, please put it away. And lastly, to Rivoli Isolero, a piano teacher in town, and he was nominated by one of his more famous students, Stefan Macchio. And Stefan is written for so many amazing stars like Celine Dion, Miley Cyrus, and the list goes on. And he sent us a lengthy video of his time being taught by Rivoli. And it was really cute how he'd talk about, he looked more forward to eating the pasta and the meatballs and the gnocchi more than playing the piano at times. So it was his second home. It was a great event, and hopefully it's the last one that we have off-site. The next one should be at the new Arts and Culture Hub, the Exchange, and then once again we'll have a permanent location for all the past inductees. We had our Diwali celebration at Fireman's Park, big fireworks and whatnot. That was great outdoors. Also, Sandy Bellows Plaza dedication took place at the Niagara Parks Power Plant in recognition of our chair who passed away. I was joined by Councillor Carriot as we were visited by the Minister of Tourism, Lisa MacLeod, and by the Premier. Remembrance Day, I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Ioannoni, and Thompson. That took place at the Fairview Cemetery at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Very, very well received, and beautiful ceremony. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had quite a few residents contact me, and they wanted to show appreciation to Mark Richardson and staff for coordinating the event and keeping all of our cemeteries very pristine. I wanted to pass that along.
Hear, hear. I would absolutely agree. Mark and his team do an outstanding job. All of our cemeteries are so organized. Now, if you have to find a plot, there's actual signs. You don't have to look for the third oak tree. And well, the fence, they're repowder coating the whole fence around the site. Like, they just do a terrific job down there. And I'd echo your comments, Councillor. Thank you for sharing that. It is a real beautiful place to go to. It's very peaceful and well organized. Volunteer recognition evening took place last week. I was also joined by Councillor Strange, Pietrangelo, Ioannoni, and Lococo. And again, well done to staff. They had to pivot a number of times. They pulled off a very intimate event that went over very, very well. We received a lot of positive feedback, and it was, considering the fact they had to change at the last minute, they did an amazing job. Now, we had some grand openings. We had the pizza party all-night pizza grand opening. That's on Victoria Avenue near Bridge Street, so another business center downtown. And the last announcement is the Santa Claus Parade event that, second last announcement. Santa Claus Parade, which took place downtown. Wow, what a huge event. I was joined by Councillor Strange and Pietrangelo. Biggest crowd. They're saying 15 to 20,000 people. The BIA is now taking it over. They strung lights all the way down. They put lights up all the trees. We've got all the huts downtown for the Christmas market. It was one of the only regional parades. So people are here from all over the region, and the comments that, oh my God, that was the best Mrs. Claus I've ever seen. And to see Santa so animated and so into it, and the marching bands, and it was over in an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes, boom, boom. And then we immediately went into the lighting of the official Christmas tree out front of City Hall. We had the little girl there, Councillor Strange, her name? Miss K. Caitlin, cute little girl. And she helped, along with Santa and all of our other people, to turn the lights on the tree. And 7,500 LED bulbs sparkled with a beautiful star on top. And that was also the kickoff of the Christmas market, which will be every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday until, I believe, the 18th or 19th of December. Get down there, check it out. And it's not just beaver tails. There's crafts, there's food, it's really neat. It's very much expanded. It was so busy. The whole street was packed. All the restaurants were full. It was really, really nice to see. And it kicks off also the first time the Festival of Lights comes right into the downtown. And the Festival of Lights is now 101 nights of twinkling lights. It'll go on until February the 21st, twice as much time as last year. And the last thing, they're also going to be having a music festival. And I know Serge Felicetti is going to talk more about that, live entertainment the whole week between Christmas and New Year's. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted, it was just an amazing Santa Claus parade. I've never seen anything like it, actually. Because I remember Niagara-on-the-Lake used to get so many people to theirs, and now it's like, it was unbelievable. In all the years of participating, even before when I was a kid, we used to go to Santa Claus parade. I've never, ever seen anything like that. So kudos for the BIA, downtown BIA, for taking it over, and they've done such an amazing job. And as well, I want to thank Cheryl from the Queen Bean for taking our Heaters hero, Miss Caitlin Blakely. She's going through a tough time right now, so we really put a smile on her face, and as well with Dan Giancola joined her, and she lit up the tree, and she was just overwhelmed. And you really lit up a girl and made her smile for a girl that really needs it right now. So you really made her Christmas, and I want to thank all of staff and everyone that was involved with that as well.
Yeah, you're right. And staff had to work hard because we passed the torch, but there were a few loose ends that staff were still engaged, and they did a really, really great job. It was a nice marrying. Oh, happy birthday, Mom. Is it your mom's birthday?
My mom's birthday,
Okay.
so happy birthday, Mom, MJ.
Hold it up for a second. Maybe KJ can zoom in on
That's good. That's
He said, that's good, just don't move. He said it'll just take about 5 minutes. He'll
Oh, yeah,
do the
okay.
Zoom in.
I
That's
knew
great.
you were going to announce it, so I had to make sure you remembered it. Right?
Oh, that's great.
So
Well,
happy birthday, Mom, MJ.
Mom MJ, congratulations and happy birthday. And lastly, our Christmas card contest winners. So congratulations to all the students whose art appears on this year's Christmas card. We've got the photo, if we could show it on the screen. And I'll just quickly reach out each name. So Caden T. from Loretto, grade 7. Next, do we have a bunch? There we go. Alexa W. From Notre Dame de la Jeunesse, grade 3. Julia Z. St. John Henry Newman, used to be Cardinal Newman, grade 5. Rhea B. John Marshall, grade 6. Seojan C. from Loretto Catholic, grade 7. Billy S. École La Marche, grade 3. And lastly, Ella B. John Marshall, grade 6. So congratulations to all of our local elementary school artists for contributing to the inside of our Christmas card that we'll send out through the holiday season. And also a big thank you to a local artist, Monica Beluz, for her beautiful Christmas card artwork. And this is an official picture of the new artwork. Beautiful job done by our local artist, Monica. She worked real hard. We had a contest. She was selected. I think you'd have to agree that she did an amazing job. It was time for a refresh. We needed some new artwork. We commissioned a painting among local artists. She's a local artist, an art instructor, and a graphic designer. She also makes jewelry, among many other things. She's very artistic, often showcasing our local scenery and everything that she does. So now we have a beautiful painted picture of City Hall in the winter. So thank you so much to Monica and to all the kids who contributed to the inside of the card. Thank you to all. Our next council meeting, the last one of the year, will be Tuesday, December the 7th. Now, we are moving along to deputations and presentations. And I understand, Mr. Clerk, our first up is Doug Hamilton of the Canada Summer Games, Matt Hill and Victoria Wixton. So are they online? Okay. No, they're just reconnecting, folks. There he is. Hey, Doug, welcome to the meeting, and to Victoria, welcome to the meeting. Oh, and there's Matt. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. We want to, first of all, thank you for affording us this opportunity to provide a very brief update on our planning for the 2022 Canada Games, and particularly in relation to our partnership with the City of Niagara Falls. And before starting that presentation, I just wanted to thank your staff for their collaborative approach to working with us. We believe we've got an excellent working relationship with your staff team, and we're looking forward to continuing that excellent collaboration with both your council and the staff team to deliver a phenomenal Canada Games jointly next summer. As Mr. Mayor, you mentioned, I'm joined by Victoria Wixton, who many of you know well. She's our Director of Marketing and Community Development. I'm also joined by Matt Hill, who's our Senior Manager of Infrastructure and Legacy. While I'll take the lead on this presentation, both Vit and Matt will be able to help respond to any questions you may have. To start, we wanted to change our focus a little bit for this presentation and just take you back a little bit to an explanation of the Games. Canada Games started in 1967, and they started as part of Canada's centennial celebration. And therefore they have a split focus, which is a little different than most multi-sport games. They're not only a celebration of youth and sport, but they're also a celebration of our Canadian culture. And today we wanted to spend a few minutes just explaining some of our cultural celebrations because they're such a key part of the games. We've got a 2-week sport competition, and that sport competition will see Canada's next generation of national champions. A lot of very successful athletes have come through the games, including, as you're well aware, Councillor Strange, who was highly successful and had part of his start, as he'll tell you, through the Canada Games. And so it's an incredible opportunity for us to see Canada's next generation of national and international champions. But that 2-week festival is really a 2-week celebration, and we're planning to do a celebration on every day of the games. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned a minute ago Tim Hicks. Well, Tim Hicks is coming to our 200-day out celebration. He's also going to be singing graciously at our opening ceremonies. So we're very excited about the cultural aspects of this and the opportunity to showcase Niagara and our cultural wealth. Starts with the running of the torch. And so those of you who are familiar with games, the torch relay is really an opportunity to engage the community, build excitement. We're going to be coming through Niagara and we'll be starting in Thorold, heading to Niagara Falls, and you'll see us come through. Many of you will be able to participate in the torch relay that comes through on June 26th through the city of Niagara Falls. As you'll see from the map, it goes to a number of other communities and ends at the opening ceremonies, which are going to be in the Meridian Center. So you'll remember, or some of you may remember, way back when we were doing our early days celebration and explaining the bid, we were talking about doing both the opening and closing ceremonies at the Meridian Center. We've changed that plan, and we're now doing our closing ceremonies, and we'll come to this in a minute, in Queen Victoria Park. Indeed, we're really planning to do 2 closing ceremonies in Queen Victoria Park. And we'll talk to you a little bit about that and the importance of those 2 closing ceremonies. Yep. But before we go to the opening and closing ceremonies, one of the things that happens at a games is that you have the Prime Minister comes to town, you have the ministers of sport for each of the different provinces and territories come in. You have a number of Canada Games athletes that come and want to be part of the celebration. And there are a lot of VIPs that come back to town because they got their start as part of the Canada Games. And so we're going to be hosting the day before the opening ceremonies, a Hall of Honor and a welcome reception. We're going to be hosting that in the Scotiabank Convention Center. It's a VIP red carpet event. Number of Games alumni like Councillor Strange will be present. But as well, we're having the Ministers' Conference, which is being hosted at the Marriott right across the street, as well as it's our VIP hotel. So there'll be a lot of things happening in the few days even before the games start. And so we're very excited about that. One of the things that we tried to do as part of our cultural celebration is we really would like to host an event every day of the games. And so when we sat down and were preparing our plans, it came to some people much smarter than me figured out that we had 13 provinces and territories in the games. We also have 13 municipalities in Niagara, including Niagara Region. And so that coincidence really gave us an opportunity to do something special and to host a different event every night of the games, because the games are 2 weeks and therefore you have 13 free nights. So we had an opportunity to pair each of our municipalities with a separate province and territory, and on each day of the games, in between the opening and closing ceremonies, to have a special cultural event. And that's a program that's being very, very well received by all of the provinces and territories. It's being very well received by all of the municipalities, and we're very excited about that because it's going to be effectively a 2-week party and an opportunity to change each of those evenings into a particular celebration that celebrates the uniqueness of each of our municipalities and the uniqueness of each of the provinces and territories. Tell you a little bit more about that. So the Niagara Falls event is a partnership with Northwest Territories, and you'll see the incredible synergy with the Northern Lights and the opportunity to do that pairing of natural wonders. And so that's one we're excited about, but it also serves a second purpose. We talked about how the games are going to have effectively 2 closing ceremonies. the Canada Games, because we have 5,000 athletes, and in order to do the games properly, what they really do is do 2 one-week games, where we have 2,500 athletes come in for the first week, and 2,500 athletes come in for the second week. And so at the end of the first week, we were thinking about how we could give those same 2,500 athletes the celebration that the next 2,500 are going to get at the closing ceremonies at Queen Victoria Park. And so we're going to have on the Saturday, August 13th, which is midway through the games, the Niagara Falls Northwest Territories event serve as a closing ceremony or an unofficial closing ceremony for the week 1 of the games and the 2,500 athletes who are here for that first week. And so we're really excited about the opportunity to give them the experience of Niagara Falls and the hosting celebration that not only the city of Niagara Falls knows how to provide at right next to one of the world's natural wonders. And so we're very excited about that. Good. Then the second closing ceremony will be the official closing ceremony, and we'll do it over again. We'll have another party. It's open to the public. And I want you to think New Year's Eve in shorts and a t-shirt. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to have some fun. It'll be cultural and musical performances. Again, illumination and fireworks. And we'll be at the end of our 2 weeks, and we'll be partied out, but we'll finish with a bang, and then we'll hand the flag over to the PEI 2023 Winter Games, where they'll be hosting in a couple of years after us, or really just 6 months after us as a result of our delay. The last thing I wanted to briefly mention is the sport competitions, and it's important to recognize that there are 18 sports, 2 of which are going to be hosted in Niagara Falls: baseball in week 1 at Oaks Park, golf in week 2 at Legends on the Niagara. And one of the important things to recognize as part of a Games is that a Games is an opportunity to do some facility upgrades, and the city of Niagara Falls has done a great job, frankly, at Oaks Park. There's many great upgrades that have happened there. We're still planning some additional upgrades at Houk Park as well, and we'd like to just very briefly summarize those. So those of you who are familiar with the baseball fields at Oaks Park know that very close to that, Houk Park, which is less than a block away, is also a baseball facility. It's used by the local GNBA, the Baseball Association. And so we're looking at replacing the existing hitting tunnel there with a new covered twin hitting tunnel. We're working with the GNBA and the local businesses for support of that. We're looking to do that this spring. And we've also sought an Ontario grant to help fund some of this. It's really a collaborative approach that we're taking with the GNBA and the city of Niagara Falls. And we've talked to the city about project managing it. While we'll provide the funding together with the GNBA, we're hoping that the city will help us to manage the project, because the city of Niagara Falls is obviously has the experience and talent to manage these kind of projects. So finally, I just wanted to close off by saying thank you to all of you for your support to date. We look forward to continuing to work with you over the next 6 or 8 months to complete this journey and to host a Games that we're all very excited about and will be a phenomenal Games. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Doug. Do we have any questions or comments? We've got Councillor Strange. You did mention his name a couple of times. So.
I didn't tell him to mention my name twice, but I appreciate that, Doug.
I think you offered him a drink every time he said it, so you owe him 2.
I just want to thank Doug and Victoria and Matt, and it's been a crazy last couple of years. I remember when we were just trying to get the Games here, and what an ordeal that was, and we were up against some tough competition, including Ottawa, and to beat them was crazy. I thought it might have been close. I actually probably didn't think we were going to get it, but I think because of a great team that we had and some of the great athletes we had behind the scenes too helping out, we ended up getting it. And I flirted a little bit with Katrina Maydoan, who was on the committee, so we probably got that too because of her. I don't know. Anyways, it's going to be a great 2 weeks, and you know, if people don't know, you know, probably every Olympic athlete has participated in a Winter's Games or a Canada Summer Games. Myself, boxing, I don't know why we're in the Winter Games and we don't have skates on when we box, but, you know, Fortunately, we were in the Winter Games, but it really does help a young athlete prepare for bigger games like the Olympics, Commonwealth Games, Pan Am Games, and for the whole region to take this on is going to be great, because you're going to have sports in different cities, and we're lucky enough to be in Niagara Falls, where a lot of, I guess, people will be probably staying here, I would assume, filling our hotels and eating at our restaurants, and thank you for making the decision to have the closing ceremonies here, and having a baseball and golf here. I think it's great what we're doing, and hopefully it'll turn around like Hope Park. We're hoping for I think some artificial grass or something, turf there, but whatever we can do to help the baseball teams and the future and the legacy of baseball here is great. And I'm just wondering, when I went back years ago, my parents had actually had to take a Winnebago because there was no places to stay. Is there, and I know when you go to the Olympics or big games like that, there's an opportunity where families can host some of the athletes' families, because a lot of athletes are coming here and their families are flying in from Yukon, Northwest Territories, and it's a long way paying for these plane tickets or driving in, and it's tough for them to obviously afford to pay for a hotel. Is there any opportunity for families to host some of these athletes' families that are coming in from long ways? And I think it'd be a great idea, because there's a lot of former athletes and families that would like to do that.
Yeah, Doug?
Yeah, so the best person to answer that actually is Victoria, who, as you all know, is an incredible host. So Victoria, maybe you could help Councillor Strange's question and in particular talk about the sport travel platform.
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. It feels like I'm back home. Councillor Mike Strange, great question. I do have an answer for you. It's kind of a two-level platform. We are launching in January a family and friends visitors experience platform. If you kind of want to think about an Expedia platform, but it's a little bit branded to our game specifically, engaging those that have B&Bs, motels, hotels, trailer parks, you name it, accommodations of all genres and sectors. And then we have a more dived down program, which is exactly what you're talking about, immediate family and friends. And that pairing that Doug talked about, for example, Quebec and Welland, we're encouraging those residents in Welland to embrace their fellow pairing and invite Quebec to come in and stay in their backyard. So each province and territory literally has a home turf here in Niagara, and we're just working on that conversation and those collaborations now.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, that does. Thank you so much. I think it's just a great opportunity to try to give back, and I know they did that with my families, and I would like to do the same if I have the possibility to do so. And the last thing, I just want to thank Ken for starting these games on my birthday next year, so I really appreciate it. I know that was part of the whole, that's why you waited a year, because you want to start on my birthday, so I appreciate that as well.
All right.
Exactly.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for our staff on our staff report. Maybe if Ms. Moldenhauer can answer. It's on page 4, and it talks about changing the scale of the event, that we would go to a city-owned property. So I was wondering what that city-owned property was. There is a $30,000 difference. I'm all for having local entertainment anyway, but I wondered where it was.
Yeah, sure. Ms. Moldenhauer.
Thank you. With this option to move it to a city-owned property, the property where we would probably go would be over at the Gale Center, where we have hosted events in the past. But I know through conversations, of course, with Summer Games, the preference is to hold it like by the falls, because we do have visitors from across Canada, and we would like to showcase Niagara Falls. But we did want to present to Council another option for their consideration.
Councillor?
Thank you. That's fine.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Moldenhauer. Any other questions or comments of Council? Okay, so we do have a report with 2 recommendations in it. One, that Council consider one-time 2022 Recreation and Culture Service level increase to the operating budget up to the amount $58,735, equal to the proposed Canada Games 13 for 13 cultural event budget. And secondly, that council direct staff to negotiate with Niagara 2022 Canada Summer Games to provide additional funds for the Niagara Falls cultural event. So we'll be looking for a motion by Councillor motion by Councillor Strange, of course, who else? Seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we support the two recommendations in the report. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So thank you very much. Thank you to Doug, Victoria, and Matt. Appreciate all you being here, and we're very much looking forward to things as they move along and get closer and people get more and more excited about the event. Before you know it, it'll be here.
8.5 months, Mayor Diodati.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Have a beautiful night.
Thanks,
Thank
folks. Thank you very much. Okay, moving along to item 6.2, Cannabis Facilities Study. Mr. Oley, do we have Suzanne McDonald? Yes? Okay, so we invite Suzanne McDonald, Senior Planner, and Paul Lowe's, both from SGL Planning, and they're going to provide council with a presentation on the final recommendations on the Cannabis Facilities Study. So folks, welcome to the council meeting.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and members of council. Suzanne is going to take us through the presentation, and we'll both be available to answer any questions you may have. Suzanne, you want to start it up?
Yes. Can I just confirm that that's visible to everyone?
Yep, we can see that.
Excellent, thank you. So I'll start off this evening. I just wanted to go over our study purpose. So the purpose of our study is to examine the opportunities for the city to regulate activities permitted under the Cannabis Act, and specifically to assess and recommend any changes to the official plan and zoning bylaws to regulate cannabis production as a land use. So in terms of our study, we've completed phase 1, which included review of current standards and legislation and best practices. And we also have nearly completed phase 2, which included the formulation of policy options and pros and cons for each of the options, as well as recommendations. And we actually brought forward our recommendations in June. And per some discussion that was had at that meeting, we have revisited some elements and provide some additional information this evening in terms of our recommendation. So I'll get started on that now. There were a couple key topics that were raised at the last meeting in June, which are listed here on the slide here, and I'm going to talk about each of these in turn before I get to our overall recommendations. So one of the things that was raised was the permission for cannabis cultivation and production in the agricultural areas. And it is our continued recommendation that outdoor cultivation is not recommended to be permitted within Niagara Falls in order to, due to the potential for odor to travel large distances and the difficulty in mitigating odor in uncontrolled outdoor environments. But at the meeting, we did hear a desire for cannabis cultivation in the good general agricultural designation to require an official plan amendment with specific criteria to be considered for approval. So we have put that forward. So I'll go through those criteria on the next two slides here. So the first is that cultivation only be permitted in an enclosed building and may not emit any odor. And again, it is our recommendation that no outdoor cultivation be permitted. Second, that the application for an OPA be accompanied by air quality and other appropriate studies which demonstrate that appropriate nuisance mitigation can be accomplished to the city's satisfaction, and also that the studies recommend an appropriate separation distance to sensitive land uses and zones that permit sensitive land uses, such as residences, schools, places of worships, etc. Notwithstanding that, the minimum separation distance between any cannabis facilities to a sensitive land use should be no less than 150 meters. Additional criteria would be that any processing, packaging, testing, and destruction, research, or shipping must all occur accessory to cultivation and be subject to the same policies. The rationale for this is that we want to maintain the agricultural area as primarily cultivation in terms of the uses that are promoted there. Also, the fifth criteria, subsection E there, is that cannabis cultivation and related activities must be pursuant to all federal regulations. And lastly, that the use be subject to the site plan control process and may require that any applicant enter into a site plan agreement with the city. Another thing that was discussed at the last meeting was the setback requirement. I mentioned on the previous slides 150 meters. We had shown some maps at the previous meeting that identified setbacks from different sensitive uses. So we've updated those as requested to actually show them in relation to the specific industrial zones. So here's the 75 meter map, the 150 meter map, and the 30 meter map. And I'll note that it's a bit harder to see just the scale of my presentation, but those were included with my letter that was provided. And just from this review, we have confirmed that even with the different separation distances, there are different zones that basically would still be available for this use. So none of them were so restrictive that basically we prohibited the use across the city. With our going back and doing that additional review, our recommendation remains that 150 meter minimum separation distance should be provided from any cannabis uses to any sensitive land uses. And this could be either measured from the use itself or from the boundary of the lot that contains that use to the lot that contains a sensitive use or zone that permits a sensitive use. And the details of that would be worked out in the specific amendments as they're prepared. And I'll just note that the 150 meters separation distance is based on air quality, based on discussions with experts, air quality specialist experts who have modeled air quality with specifically related to these uses, and also tied to the fact that we're only recommending indoor cultivation and accessory uses that in facilities that have appropriate air filtration and mitigation in place. And we'll also note that from our best practice review, we also noted that a number of different municipalities also had that 150 meter separation distance as their requirement. Another thing that was raised actually by members of the public since we last met in June was a desire for craft cultivation, also known as microcultivation, to have reduced standards and requirements compared to the larger facilities. Now, we've considered this, but we do not recommend that microcultivation be exempt from any of the requirements that I've already talked about in this presentation, just owing to the fact that even though it's a smaller facility, these facilities do have a potential for nuisance and odor concerns, and that it is our recommendation that they still be subject to the same requirements as the larger facilities when it comes to requiring indoor growth, requiring air filtration, and etc. Another thing that was discussed was designated cultivation. Although the original focus of our study was the larger licensed facilities for commercial growth, we have heard concerns throughout the study about medical growth of cannabis as well, because under the rules within Canada, anyone with a medical prescription for cannabis is permitted to grow what they are required for their prescription as long as they're registered with Health Canada. So for example, a 30-gram prescription would permit approximately the growth of 146 indoor plants or 57 outdoor plants. In addition, a third party can be designated to grow for somebody else's prescription if the individual either doesn't want to or is not able to grow for themselves. And the rules also allow for pairing for up to 4 prescriptions can essentially be grown together. Therefore, there is the potential for hundreds of plants to be grown, not necessarily in the licensed facilities, but under this program of medical prescriptions and designated growth. And so for that reason, we're actually also recommend that where 2 or more prescriptions are being grown together, including by a designated grower not part of the same household, that we recommend that many of the same requirements as that we'd be implementing for licensed facilities also apply to this designated growth. And so that includes the setback requirement of 150 meters, the requirement for indoor growth only, as well as the requirement for there to be air filtration mechanisms in place within the building. And of course, that these uses also be subject to site plan control, like the larger facilities. And another thing that was raised at our last meeting that we just wanted to provide a little additional information and clarity on was destruction of cannabis. So destruction of cannabis is addressed by the federal cannabis regulations, and there are a number of documentation requirements that anyone who is running a facility must inform the federal government as part of their licensing, including description of how and when they are destroying product. Now, because under the rules, this process is required to take place in a building, and that building is not permitted to produce any odor. Essentially, all the protection mechanisms that are in place currently for the use as a whole, whether it's for cultivation, processing, packaging, would also apply to destruction. So essentially, all the rules would work together to make sure that any destruction shouldn't have any further nuisance impacts than any of the other activities. So after revisiting those key elements that we wanted to come back to, I'm just going to summarize what our recommendations are at this point. So in terms of the official plan, we recommend introducing a definition of cannabis uses, including that it's not only cultivation, but it can also include the processing, packaging, testing, etc. Recommendation is to permit this use indoor in the industrial designation, and per the discussion that was had last time we all met, would be to require an OPA for this use in the good general agricultural designation. An additional update to the official plan policies would be that we'd want to just make sure that the site plan control policies are updated to make sure that that process would apply to this use as well. In terms of the zoning, we'd want to update the zoning bylaw to specifically address not only the licensed cannabis production facilities, which would be our larger commercial facilities, and any micro facilities, but also to address the designated medical growth of cannabis, so any instances where we have multiple prescriptions being grown together. And we'd want to update the definition of medical marijuana that's currently in the zoning bylaw and just broaden it to include the uses defined above, just to make sure it's closer in line with the current Cannabis Act. I'll just note that the medical marijuana that was in place due to a previous legislation, that's now been replaced by the Cannabis Act. And we'd also want to update the definition of sensitive land uses because it addresses that previous terminology of medical marijuana facility, so we want to update that to make sure it addresses the licensed cannabis production facilities, as well as the designated medical growth of cannabis. And then in addition, we'd also want to include some general provisions for these types of uses, including the requirement for the 150 meters separation distance to sensitive land uses for the indoor operations, prohibition of outdoor storage, the requirement that all the uses operate within an enclosed building. So again, not recommending any outdoor growth. The prohibition of the use within a dwelling, and also the requirement that the use not emit any odor. And then the use would not be permitted as of right in the agricultural and rural zones. As we mentioned, we'd need to go through, you need to go through an OPA in the agricultural area, and thus also a ZBA in the agricultural and rural zones. But it would be permitted as of right in the general industrial and heavy industrial zones. And I'll just note that because of the current permissions for accessory sales in those zones, accessory sales would be permitted also subject to getting the different provincial requirements. So just in terms of an overall summary of what we're proposing to regulate and not regulate, individual growth of up to 4 plants per household is permitted, and that's not proposed to be regulated. Also, personal medical growth, where an individual is just growing for themselves within their home, is not proposed to be regulated. What we are proposing to regulate is where you have 2 to 4 prescriptions being grown together. And one of these is designated medical growth. So that would be subject to the recommendations of this presentation, as would the licensed facilities would also be subject to the recommendations of this presentation. And just a quick summary of what changes would be needed to the different planning documents to implement these recommendations. So in terms of the agricultural areas, we'd want to update the official plan to outline that an OPA would be required to permit these uses in the agricultural area and include the criteria that I already went over earlier in this presentation, and also clarify within the zoning that the the use would not be permitted as of right, so a ZBA would be required. In terms of the industrial areas, both the OP and the zoning would be updated to permit the cannabis uses within this designation and within specifically the general industrial and heavy industrial zones. And then also the official plan would be updated to make sure the policies related to site plan control address this use, and then the site plan control bylaw would also have to be updated just to provide clarity that the use would also be subject to site plan control. And again, just a reminder, all of that I just mentioned was specific to indoor growth. It is our continued recommendation that outdoor cultivation of cannabis not be permitted. So that's it for my presentation, but we're happy to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Do we have any? Yes, we got Councillor Carrió and then Councillor Pietrangelo.
Just a quick question. Why would we suggest that it could be done in agricultural at all if I don't really know anybody in the agricultural area or in the rural area that would welcome growing or cultivating cannabis indoor or outdoor. And I don't think there would be any objection to doing it in an industrial area. Why would we not just do it in industrial?
Suzanne?
Maybe I'll try and tackle that through you, Your Worship,
Sure.
to the Councillor. So anybody can submit an application for an official plan or zoning amendment at any time. So anybody could submit on their property, say, I want to grow an indoor facility or an outdoor facility. We feel it's important to provide you with the criteria in case somebody comes along to do that, submits that application. We also feel strongly to indicate that outdoor is not permitted. The other aspect is that the Planning Act allows for agricultural uses in an agriculture area. Growing of cannabis is an agricultural use. And so to be outright prohibited both indoor and outdoor, we think may result in put you in a poorer situation than to be able to review it on an application by application basis through detailed criteria in your official plan. We feel that gives you the largest strength to have the upper hand when you get an application.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question pertaining to distances. 150 meters, is that the maximum distance that you would suggest that we would allow, or that we would have in our bylaw? Could it be further? Could it be longer? Could it be farther than 150?
Through Your Worship, unless Susan jumps in, through Your Worship to the Councillor, it's a minimum. The 150 is a minimum. And one of the criteria for the OPA is they have to do a study to confirm what that separation should be. So it could be larger. We're saying 150 minimum no matter what. Do the study, determine whether you can make it 150 or does it have to be larger based on the potential for nuisance impacts.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, then Lococo. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to, I guess through you to the consultants, go back to the issue of allowing the production of cannabis in industrial zones only. I heard the response in the sense that, you're trying to protect the city, I guess, in terms of being challenged. If we were to pass a bylaw that was industrial only, is that challenge open for a certain period of time? Or is it open indefinitely in the sense that if we get an application within a couple months or an objection to the bylaw, if we try to pass it, obviously we'll deal with that objection when it comes. But once our bylaw gets passed and it's ratified, is there then the opportunity to object to that bylaw on a continual basis indefinitely?
Through you, Your Worship, to the Councillor, I don't think the word is object. Once it's approved and enforced without appeal, assuming that happens, your OPA and ZBA changes, any applicant can come forward still and make an application for a cannabis facility in your agricultural area. So it's not an objection, it will be a site-specific application that they could bring forward at any time.
Is that good, Councillor, or do you have more?
It is, yeah, and then I guess just to follow up as well on the issue of setbacks, can you just let us know, like, what are some of the larger setbacks that you've seen? I don't really know that I think 150 meters would be adequate. In a city like Niagara Falls, you know, save and except the newer subdivisions, most lots are 50 feet. So 150 meters would be like 10 houses away. I know that if one of my neighbors is barbecuing 10 houses away, I could smell it pretty good. You know, I got a bakery in behind my house that is probably of the same distance. I smell that all the time. Growing up in Niagara Falls, we all know the smell of Nabisco, and I think we're probably more than, you know, 10 houses away from Nabisco when we can smell it. So I'm just wondering what some of the greater separation distances are that you've been involved in, and whether or not we could adopt one of those instead of the 150 meters as suggested.
Certainly, through your worship to the councillor. I'm going to have Suzanne answer that about what other distances are. I just wanted to make it clear to council that what we're recommending is that any facility that comes in has odor controls that ensure that there's no odor emitted from the facility, and that is that's the basis of the 150 meters. 150 meters is assuming that they have odor control, proper odor control in the building that will not allow odor to be emitted from the facility. What the 150 is basically a belts and suspenders, in case just something happens and odor gets emitted on an occasional basis, or facility goes, something happens to odor control on a day. So that is, it's a basically belts and suspenders. Compared to Nabisco, which you'll smell every day while they're baking away, this is something that would be a rare occasion that the odors could get out because they have the odor control. And so that's why we're recommending 150 meters. But Suzanne, please try and answer the question on other distances. Thanks.
Absolutely. I believe the most common that we've seen is sort of a range between lower end is 70 meters, higher end is 300. I would say the majority fall range, a lot of them at the 150 meter range. I believe the largest that I'm aware of that was approved was at the 600 meters from Niagara-on-the-Lake. That's off the top of my head. So I hope I'm remembering correctly. But it is detailed in I believe, our Phase 2 report.
Okay. Thanks, Your Worship. And just to follow that up, I would feel a lot more comfortable if we increase the separation distance. I can appreciate the opinion of our consultant who gave his response on what Nabisco is. And I know that we put these measures into place and that the facility is not supposed to submit any odor, but I'm trying to get ahead of what has happened in other areas where odors have been emitted, and then it becomes a matter of enforcement. And enforcement seems to be difficult from what I read in the papers, Your Worship. So I'd rather get ahead of it and increase the separation distance before I have a problem that I need to deal with.
Okay. Okay, so staff are gonna, our CAO tells me staff will take that direction. Thank you for that, Councillor. I've got Councillor Lococo, then Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel like we've gone around and around in circles. We've talked about so many different options. There were a lot of facets to this that were important to our residents. The first one was parameters so that our residents could enjoy their property, and I think you've gone through all of that, whether it's 150 meters or increased. I think we've gone through that, so I'm happy with that. The second thing was to follow provincial and federal guidelines about the crop, and this is where I really get stuck on. The provincial is saying that it's legal to grow cannabis. So if we don't permit outdoor grows, and I know you talked about putting us in a poor position, so not to have outdoor grows, but we could have buildings in agricultural, that would put us in a better position. But if we don't put allow cannabis to be grown, does that not put us in a poor position that we're not following the provincial law because it's a crop? And that's where I'm really stuck on. How can we override what the province is telling us through the federal, like the growth is agricultural?
Through your worship to the councillor, the province is not telling us anything, actually. on cannabis. They're being quite silent. We know the PPS is the broad definition on what an agricultural use is. PPS says that agricultural uses are permitted in agriculture areas, and basically anything you cultivate is an agricultural crop. So cannabis, because it's cultivated, is an agricultural crop. One thing we have to recognize, though, is the province has other guidelines and regulations on agricultural facilities that emit odor, i.e. livestock, where they have something called a minimum distance separation guidelines, and they brought that in, I think, over 40 years ago as part of another provincial policy statement, and that was because of the odor that's emitted from livestock operations. So although basically there's very little controls on agriculture uses, there are controls on those that can be a nuisance, and of course livestock operations can be a nuisance, and so can cannabis in terms of the amount of odor that it's created. So we think there's a good reason to not permit outdoor cultivation of cannabis. We believe you can grow indoor cannabis in agriculture areas. We had recommended that in our earlier report. We took direction from council to say, let's make it a little stricter and require an OPA fish plan amendment for any indoor growth in the rural areas. But we're still quite strong because of the amount of odor that can be caused from cannabis. We shouldn't permit it outdoor.
Thank you. I have a couple of follow-up questions then. Are we putting it in our OPA and our bylaws that outdoor is not permitted, or are we just not saying anything about outdoor? My understanding is if it's not in it, then it's not permitted.
Through you, Your Worship, we're recommending that you take a strong position and say just point blank that it's not permitted. It's prohibited outdoor.
Okay, so if we do that, and if someone wanted to appeal that, they would appeal that with the OLT?
Through Your Worship, that's correct. Or somebody could still, even if they don't appeal this official plan amendment, they could still come around later and submit an application for outdoor cultivation, and you look at your official plan, say it doesn't conform, and you evaluate it on that basis.
Okay. The other thing that we were looking at was medical users, and I think you've addressed all of that. If there's a prescription, they don't have to have it, but if it gets up to 4 prescriptions combined, then they would have to follow the OPA and the bylaws, the zoning and everything, so that was good. Regarding the cannabis industry, we've gone through the whole economics of it and the jobs. I think we've outlined how it can fit in our society, even though some people don't want it, but we are putting the guidelines, so that was good. We did have an email recently that someone questioned about the word hemp, that hemp permits an odor as well. Did you consider using the word hemp in the policies at all? Do we need to consider it?
Your Worship, to the Councillor, no, we didn't, because we're focusing, we were retained to focus only on how to address the new cannabis requirements from the federal government. There's no similar requirements for hemp from the federal government, so we haven't addressed that.
Is that something that we should consider addressing now that we've gone through all of this? Should we address it? I don't know if it smells the same, but that was the information that was provided to us, that it does smell the same for hemp or for cannabis. I don't know. Should we look into that while we're doing it?
Through Your Worship, I'd leave that to your staff to determine whether you want to look into that. We don't have enough information from our firm to tell you whether it's also an issue in terms of odor.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to go back to one thing that you said, is that the province hasn't told us anything, and the province isn't telling us anything, the feds aren't telling us anything. They're just saying it's legal, and then you go and deal with it. The province, however, does state what agricultural is, and I'm still stuck on that. If we do not permit it, we're putting ourselves up for an OLT hearing, costing taxpayers money. I just want to make sure that we're following the correct guidelines. Some people don't want it, some people do, but I think we need to follow the regulations of the province under the agricultural, because it is agricultural, and that's where I'm really stuck on what to do. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any feedback from anyone else on that question or comment, or just leave it there? Staff, okay, great. Thank you for that, Mr. CAO. I've got Councillor Ioannoni, and then I've got Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, the email that was sent to us was from Niagara College in regards to hemp, if I'm not mistaken. And they were talking about how they had dealt with it there. And her, I can't pull it up right now because I have my agenda up there, but she was saying hemp is basically the same thing, creates the same smell. Don't deal with it as two separate issues. Deal with it as the same thing because the problems are the same. And I thought coming from their program at Niagara College made them pretty knowledgeable to put those facts in front of us. So if staff wants to take a look at that letter, relook at that letter, that would probably be pretty good. And like Councillor Lococo, I'm a little worried about, we're the lowest tier municipality. You've got then regional, federal, regional, provincial, federal, and by totally saying no anywhere agricultural, have we set ourselves up automatically for a challenge we can't win? The report is great. I liked all of it, except can we supersede a federal rule, or do they supersede us? Whether we change this now or not, do they trump us in regards to hierarchy and power?
Through you, Your Worship, to the Councillor, in terms of the federal regulations specifically say that you can grow commercially provided it meets the local municipality zoning requirements.
You good? Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Since we're directing this over to staff, I think that staff has to come back with a recommendation with respect to the licensing costs. From the reports I hear on the news, a lot of it, these facilities are illegally acting in terms of their allowed production. And that's going to take a fair amount of regulation, us having to hire staff to go out and check these operations on a monthly basis. I don't know, but I think that's going to be really important, and I don't want to see us in a position where the city's paying for it. Those organizations and operations should be the ones that are paying for the staff that we need.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We just talked about directing staff, that staff would come back. So where are we then? The recommendations are to receive the presentation and direct them to prepare the amendments. If we're going back to staff, are we not doing the second one? We're just receiving the presentation?
Well, Mr. CAO.
Yeah, through the chair, when we prepare the bylaw, we'll take these comments into consideration, and we'll bring the bylaw back as directed by that motion, with a covering report with some of these items addressed in that report.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. So I just want to go to the public meeting part of it. We're going to do this, and then there will be a public meeting because we've made changes to the OPA and the zoning. Then we have a public meeting to let them know. It's not a public meeting for their input on it. They've already had input prior. Is that the way we're looking at this?
I'm going to get our clerk and our planner to maybe help me through this one. Who would like to just make sure we give their Alex? Okay, Mr. Hurlovich.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I think that the public has not. We did hold a meeting. I know Suzanne fielded a large public meeting. I think we had about 30 participants in a Zoom meeting. Took a few hours to get through that, but they did not see where the actual zoning amendment and official plan amendment documents, and I think we need to bring those forward. And so part of the contract with the consultants is that they will draft the official plan, zoning documents, and as Suzanne mentioned, site plan bylaw amendments. And then staff would take over and bring those to the public, and along with the staff position that Mr. Burgess just mentioned, that there would be a cover report. So we would take those forward to a public meeting before council. So that would basically be the process. So yes, there would be a statutory meeting under the Planning Act with the typical 30-day notice that we would provide to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. So basically, it's taking all of the recommendations from the consultant, the staff recommendations to a public meeting, get their comments, and then it's coming to council for approval after. It's not that council's approving it and then it's going to a public meeting. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, just on that point, Your Worship, I mean, if like I noticed that there's been some comments around the table tonight, and staff had said, okay, we'll take that into consideration when we're drafting up the changes. Do we not have the ability to see what the final document is before it goes to a public meeting? I mean, I think I'm going to want to know what goes to the public meeting, or I'm going to want to actually have voted on whether I agree or disagree with that before it actually goes out to the public. I don't want to do that afterwards. So
We're going to CAO to weigh in.
Yeah, through the chair, we can certainly provide our draft reports for comments of council prior to going out to public consultation. You know, if that's the direction of council, then council will be making comments without public, without public also routing in. So then it'll come back, right? So you can make a change that we're going to put to the document going out to public, and then depending on the public feedback, you may then change again. Just to be clear that we'd be presenting both.
Any other questions or comments of council? Okay. Seeing none, we do. Oh, yeah, sure. Councillor Carolynn.
I don't want councillor staff to forget, Your Worship. Every time that it was brought up that there could be any type of a cannabis operation in agricultural area that was anywhere near residential, we had a huge amount of people complaining and calling and crying and whining. I think those people are expecting to be able to have some say when this comes back to us. So I don't know how you could forget that. The one that was out near Mount Carmel, I don't think I've ever got more emails or calls when there was any kind of talk about there being a cannabis facility on that property near those subdivisions. So I think those people are expected to be able to come back and have their say when we decide that we're going to allow it in whether it's indoor, outdoor, whatever. Is we all know that they all say that there's going to be no odor emitted, but everywhere you read where they have a facility, there's a problem. So I can't believe there's going to be no odor emitted, and I can't believe that we could just say, let's try it in just industrial areas. And if someone challenges us, so what? They're going to challenge us. I'm here to represent the people that I heard that don't want it in agricultural areas. I don't know anybody that's in an agricultural area or owns land or farmland that wants it out there. I've heard nobody.
Thank you for that. Okay, so we've heard from everyone. We do have two recommendations. One, that we receive the presentation. Secondly, that we direct the consultants to prepare the amendments to the official plan, zoning bylaw, and site plan control bylaw for a future public meeting under the Planning Act. Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. If there's no further discussion to this, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Thank you very much, Paul, and to Suzanne. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up, 6.3. We're looking for Serge Felicetti, our Director of Business Development, who's going to update us on a number of city events, including the New Year's Eve festivities. Mr. Felicetti, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to share my screen here. Can you see that?
It was the last big event. Yeah.
You see? Okay, great. So at the last council meeting, council asked for an update on New Year's Eve and a brief overview of the new music event that was being launched. So for the event that normally happens in Queen Victoria Park on New Year's Eve, that event won't be taking place this year. There was a number of COVID protocols that would have to be undertaken, and the resources required and infrastructure was quite intense. And after consulting with the parks and event partners, it was decided to pause the event for this year. However, there's another great event that will be taking place December 27th to January 1st, which Niagara Falls Tourism and their hospitality partners have been working on for the past year, called Niagara Falls Music Live. That was announced last week, and the event is 6 nights of live music in 20 different venues with over 75 live music events. And they're going to feature local, Ontario, and national artists in those different venues, and from jazz to blues to rock. So it's going to be something for everyone. And just to give you a taste of some of the artists that have been booked to date, they've got Chantal Kraviatsak, December 27th at the Marriott on the Falls, the Trues, December 28th at the Scotiabank Convention Center, Tyler Shaw, December 29th at the Scotiabank, David Wilcox on the 29th at the Marriott on the Falls, the Great Lake Swimmers at the Old Stone Inn on the 29th, and then on the 30th there's the Spoons at Old Stone Inn, and Jim Cuddy's at the Marriott on the Falls on the 30th. And then on New Year's Eve, they've got a great lineup at the Scotiabank Convention Center with Blue Rodeo, Serena Ryder, and Crown Land. So these events are going to happen during those 6 days. A lot of different artists. They're ticketed events, and all the information for residents and for visitors can be found on the Niagara Falls Music Live site. We've actually have a link on the city's homepage to this site, so people can get up-to-date information on new artists that are being added and ticket information, Your Worship. So it's going to be a great event. It's my understanding as well that they're going to have this 3 times a year. They're going to do it obviously that week of Christmas holidays. Then they're looking at March or April, and then in the fall. So this will be the initial launch, and they've got a great lineup. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you for that, Mr. Velicetti. Any questions of council? We've got Councillor Strange and then Dabrowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Serge. And it's nice to get back to live music. I know it's not going to be the big New Year's Eve one by the Falls, but we'll get back there, and I know we will. And you have a great list of bands. Myself, I'm actually bought tickets to go see the Trues, so thank you. Since the Highland Tap started them, anyways, you know. But I know you're a big Michael Bolton fan. Were you able to get them this year on New Year's, or?
I had nothing to do with booking the talent, like I said. It was Niagara Falls Tourism and the hospitality partners that put this together. They did a great job. So maybe they're working on them. I'm not sure.
Maybe you can think of bringing him in for the big New Year's Eve bash next year. Michael Bolton, that is.
You never know.
Well, thank you for that. Councillor Dabrowski.
Who's Michael Bolton?
Michael Bolton.
I know Justin Bieber,
Listen,
but
Surges, don't he's
no,
going to get
sorry.
upset.
Yeah, just great presentation. It's just nice to see the city back kind of at it. We were in lockdowns for felt like more than 2 years, but there was a lot of ups and downs and peaks and valleys. But it's just great to see the industry as a whole, whether it be the audio-visual folk or security or the stage techs or the audio techs. Basically, every single industry in the world went back to work, except for the events industry. So either way, it was nice to see. It was my request to bring Serge in to give an update, but letting everybody know that things are happening in the Fallsview district. A lot of service clubs like the Fallsview Hose Brigade are hosting events again, which is nice to see. So either way, thanks for the update, Serge. And maybe we can make this a quarterly thing just as we continue to get out of the pandemic. But there's lots of great and amazing things happening within the city, so the more we can toot our own horns, the better. But either way, thank you.
Is Serge gone already? Did he leave already?
Yeah, people tend to just go to sleep when I speak, so I wasn't surprised not to see him there.
He was probably listening to some Michael Bolton music. That's probably right. All right, Is there any other questions or comments for Mr. Felicetti? Okay, seeing none, so maybe we can get a motion to receive his verbal report. A move by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So thank you very much for that. Oh, he's gone already. He doesn't waste any time. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay, moving along. 6.4, we've got the 2022 parking budget presentation. Jonathan Levins, our acting director of finance. There you are. Welcome to the meeting, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Let me just share my screen. All right. Can everybody see that? Everybody see my screen?
Yep, we can see it fine.
Okay, great. Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and all others tuning in tonight. Tonight I would like to present the 2022 parking budget. I'd like to thank Mr. Paul Brown, Manager of Parking Services, for his assistance in assembling this 2022 budget. Firstly, I will touch on the budget pressures and opportunities, then new initiatives, and then summarize the budget. Typically, the parking fund is self-funding, but with the onset of the COVID pandemic, this has not been the case. There's been an overall reduction in parking demand due to decreased visitors to the city, increased work-at-home arrangements, increased online business activity. Given all these factors, the 2022 budget estimates demand that parking demand will be at 60% of pre-pandemic levels. There has also been an overall reduction in parking spaces. Physical parking space has been lost due to the Clifton Hill sidewalk widening, the Exchange Culture Hub construction, and a change in use of parking lot number 10, the Park Chrysler lot, as it will become a site for social housing. However, there are some opportunities to help offset these pressures. There's a new 5,000-seat Falls View Casino Entertainment Center that has events scheduled for 2022. Hopefully these events occur as scheduled in 2022 and attract more activity to this sector of the city. The budget also includes a plan to run a student pilot project. Students will be hired to assist the commissionaires with parking control. Students will benefit from the real-world experience, and the city will benefit from enhanced parking control services. In 2022, parking staff will be looking into future parking plans to enhance parking services. Potential opportunities exist at the Chippewa Boat Launch, the Niagara Falls Exchange, and the GO Station developments. Before we look into the numbers, I just want to address a few key points. There's a significant loss forecast due to the anticipated revenue loss. There will be no Safer Start funding in 2022 to assist with any lingering COVID-19 pressures. To balance the budget, the parking fund will require stabilization from the tax levy. A transfer of approximately $421,000 or 0.6% on the tax levy will be required. This table summarizes the parking revenues. As you can see, fines, permits, and user fees are all expected to decrease based on pressures outlined earlier. An injection of $421,000 in reserve funding will be required to balance the parking budget. This transfer to a parking reserve will be built into the operating budget, representing an approximate 0.6% increase on the levy. This table summarizes parking expenses. Increases in labor relate to the student pilot project and existing labor contracts. Materials has increased by $11,000 due to maintenance and repair requirements of various parking lots, student uniforms, and inflationary pressures. The increase in contracted services relates to agreements with the Commissionaire service. Rents and financials are anticipated to drop approximately $10,000. This relates to the contract with Ontario Realty Corp, as this is based on net revenues for parking lot number 18. Transfers to reserves are maintained at zero as no surplus is predicted. It should be noted, however, that in future budgets, with asset management coming on board, consideration should be given to a consistent annual contribution to a parking capital reserve. These contributions would be used to fund future replacement of asset related to the delivery of parking services. And lastly, internal transfers has increased as this is the cost allocated to parking for using facilities and fleet in its operations. Fleet rates have increased as a result of increasing contributions to the fleet capital reserve for future vehicle development, replacement. The next two slides slice the budget up by responsibility center. This table shows the overall contribution of each responsibility center in order to make the parking budget break even. The trends are similar from previous years in that the same parking lots are either in surplus or deficit position, just a change in magnitude. Lot number 10 is now zero, as you can see at the bottom, as it is no longer a parking lot. And here from parking lot 12 to 20 in parking service controls. Parking service controls is in a deficit while we were being conservative with the student pilot project projection. So tonight, staff are making two recommendations. Recommendation number one is that council approve the 2022 proposed parking budget as presented. And number two, that staff report back to council in the fall of 2022 regarding the results of the student pilot project and the strategic parking plan. That concludes the presentation and opens the floors for questions. I believe Paul Brown is here tonight to help out with any questions you may have. Thank you.
That's great, Jonathan. Thank you for that. Very good graphics, too. Very colorful. That's great. Do we have any questions of council for Jonathan or Paul? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a question, I guess, through you to staff. I was wondering if we currently have an app that visitors can use to pay for parking through their phone.
Is that a question for Paul? Yeah, Honk Mobile, I think that is, yeah. Oh, you can't hear you, Paul. No. Technical, something on you. Maybe you want to sign out, sign back in? Okay, yeah, well, sure. Good thing I played charades. I knew what that meant. Any other questions while we're waiting for Paul Brown? Any other questions for Mr. Levins? Okay, good. We're hearing like a staticky noise, like maybe something's not plugged in all the way. Yeah, because I'm the technical guy, right? So. You're doing good. And that's all I got. That's all I got. Okay. Unless you want to just move your lips and we could try to translate, or we'll get the CAO to give his 2 cents on it. Do you want to just do that? I have no idea what you're saying, Paul. I think the CAO is going to talk, and you could nod, or you could.
We do have that technology, and we're looking at expanding the technology. We're also looking at a pilot project coming up to look at, being able to essentially monitor when parking spots become open and whether we can advertise that out. So that'll be something coming forward. So we are looking at that technology, and as noted in the presentation, we're going to do a review in 2022 looking at other parking options, because the $422,000 loss and the impact to the levy is just not sustainable. So we need to take a look at how do we increase revenue or reduce costs in the parking budget if we don't get our parking revenue back up from visitation.
Your Worship, sorry to get more technical. I know we're having technical difficulties, but I was just wondering how our app works. And the reason why I'm asking is because this year when I'd gone out to BC, the app that they use out there is pay by phone. And especially in Vancouver, every single parking stall, every single parking spot has a number attached to it. So all you do is you open up your app, your pay by phone, and you type in the actual parking spot number. And then it asks you, do you want to stay for a half hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever the case might be. Tells you the restrictions, when you can park there, when you can't park there. At certain times during rush hour, if it's from 3 to 6, you have to move your car. It gives you notifications like that. It also tells you, you have 20 minutes left, would you like to extend? That's a notification that you get on your phone. I'm just wondering if we have that same type of system here in Niagara Falls, and if not, if it's possible moving towards that. I found it very user-friendly, and it also forced me to continue to give the City of Vancouver money because they kept pushing me notifications letting me know that my parking was about to expire.
So I think
it's also very easy for enforcement, because the enforcer driving by, or the parking law enforcement officer who's driving by, knows exactly who's paid and who's not.
Sean just texted too.
I think we've got Paul Brown online now. Let's see if technology's working. Mr. Brown.
Through the mic, can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, excellent. Okay, yes, to answer the question, everything is correct. We do have Honk Mobile. It is set up by a zone structure throughout the city that includes both on-street and in our municipal parking lots. We went with Honk Mobile because it is a Canada-based system that is basically has over 300,000 users, ranging from Quebec City right into Buffalo and London, Ontario. So it's not an app that we looked at would just be isolated to just someone visiting Niagara Falls. They can use the app in Niagara-on-the-Lake, St. Catharines. It's very versatile in that way, and it allows people to have repeat usage of it. It does do everything that was said here, so you can pay on your phone. It does provide a pop-up that does say your time's about to expire in about 10 or 15 minutes. And do you want to add more time? It is very friendly that way. It does allow you to buy in advance depending on what your structure is. And we continue to use it. We're really going to look at pushing it with new signage. The new method that they have is that the signs will have the ability just to tap it with your phone, and you can do Apple Pay or various other versions right by tapping the signs. So that's the next implementation we'll be doing in this session. And the advance of having Honk Mobile is that now we're rolling out areas where we could add parking where it's much more difficult to do with a physical machine based on what the terrain is. And if there's any ground variation between the sidewalk and the roadway, we can just do it by honk, which means the user doesn't actually have to get out of the car to pay for the parking, and then they can just go on the way. So yes, similar to what the other municipalities are doing, we're all set up for that, and we continue to promote and expand it.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you for that. Any other questions for the parking budget? Okay, so we do have two recommendations. One moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Carriot, that Council approve the 2022 proposed parking budget and staff report back in the fall of 2022 regarding the results of the student pilot project as well as the strategic parking plan. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Paul. And Councillor Ioannoni in favor. Yes, thank you.
I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had my hand up too to vote.
In favor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's just you didn't look this way.
Okay, thank you. I didn't. I'm just used to
You never do.
I'm sorry. Okay, capital budget. Moving on. 6.5, Jonathan, you're still on, I guess, 2022 capital budget.
Yes, yeah. Okay. Start it up, okay. Can everybody see the screen? Hear me? Okay. Good to go. Okay. Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and everybody tuning in tonight. Tonight, James Dowling, Manager of Capital Accounting, and I will be presenting the 2022 capital budget. To start things off, I would like to thank James and his staff for all their hard work in assembling a capital budget that will serve the city for the next 12 months and well into the future. I would also like to thank other departments for their cooperation and working closely with the Finance Department and carefully prioritizing their 2022 capital goals. James, could you advance a slide for me, please? Thank you. The 2022 capital budget, totaling approximately $80 million, has been put together with a focus on revisiting investment and funding strategies, setting the stage for the future as the city embarks on its corporate-wide asset management plan. Asset management plans are legislated by the provincial government and will be the primary driver in developing future budgets and long-term capital plans. Before providing a general overview of the budget process, I would like to note the following. The capital budget is available online to the public, along with the accompanying report. The 2022 capital budget is fully funded based on available resources. And tonight, staff is seeking approval of the 2022 capital budget. Next slide, please, James. How budgets work together. The capital and operating budgets are highly integrated, as one influences the other, namely the manner in which capital assets are funded and their future operating impacts. For example, when a debt-funded capital project is approved today and planned to be in service 3 years from today, debt service charges should be phased into the operating budget at the time of approval of the capital budget. Furthermore, any operating impacts associated with bringing the capital asset in service should also be phased in during asset construction. This phased-in approach allows tax rates, water rates, and user fees to gradually increase as opposed to experience a single sharp increase in the last year or year 3 in this example. Similarly, each year, a sustainable level of contributions to capital reserves should be built into the operating budget to fund future replacement of capital assets. For instance, in the operating budget, internal rent is charged for each fleet vehicle. This charge includes an amount to contribute to the fleet capital reserve for future vehicle replacement. With the onset of an asset management plan and well-developed financial policy, annual rate increases in operating budgets should become more predictable and consistent. Next slide, please, James. The current capital budgeting process kicks off in August and runs to November, or to the time at which council approves the budget. Step 1 consists of planning, whereby all departments submit their priority projects and business cases for funding consideration to the Finance Department. Step 2 has the Finance Department compiling and sorting information, discussing project scope and priority with each department, and determining which projects will be considered for funding. In Step 3, a review is undertaken by the CAO, Finance Department, an individual department to determine what projects are included and not included, looking carefully at investment strategy and overall financial constraints. Finally, the Finance Department will publish and present the budget to council and seek approval. In the future, with increased resources and technological and policy changes, staff would like to present budgets to council earlier in the year. A well-established asset management plan combined with solid financial policy should enhance objectivity and expedite the overall budget process. Next slide, please, James. High priority projects are those projects that must start this year to avoid negative impact. For instance, Assets at high risk of failure or in poor condition should be investment priority number one. If the asset fails, ratepayers will experience a decrease in existing service levels. This is not a desirable situation. The city needs to bring existing assets up to a state of good repair defined by standardized levels of service. Medium priority investments are related to the planning, design, and construction of new assets that will provide future service as outlined in a long-term strategic plan. While service expansion is exciting and important, it is difficult to justify bringing new assets on board if there are existing assets providing service that are in poor condition and at risk of failure. Lastly, low priority investments are those projects that are identified but not planned or designed, and there are no negative consequences to existing service levels if the project is not included. Overall, there needs to be a sustainable balance between three investment strategies or priorities, and the 2022 capital budget aims to address this balance with the funding resources available in 2022. Next slide, please, James. Asset management is the foundation of capital budgeting. Moving forward, asset management will drive capital budgets. Operating budgets will be influenced by future funding strategies to reduce the infrastructure gap that currently exists between desired levels of service and actual capital investment contained within the budget. Strategic investment and service level enhancements will be driven by master plans outlining future goals of the city. When new assets are approved in a capital budget, the operating budget needs to be immediately reflect the financing and operational pressures of introducing new assets into service. Next slide, please, Jane. So, as indicated earlier, asset management planning is mandated by the provincial government. In 2019, Council approved a strategic asset management policy. Asset management planning is an ongoing and long-term process that allows municipalities to make the best possible investment decisions for their tangible capital assets. Asset management is corporate-wide and requires participation from all departments. Based on previous studies and findings at other municipalities, a significant infrastructure gap has been identified. An infrastructure gap is the difference between the amount of capital investment required to achieve desired levels of service and the actual amount of capital investment included in an annual budget. The Financial Accountability Office reported that 45% of all municipal assets in Ontario are not in good state of repair. To bring these assets to a good state of repair would cost $52 billion. Municipalities comparable to Niagara Falls have reported shortfalls of $20 million annually. The province requires an asset management plan for core assets by July 1st, 2022. Staff plan to bring a presentation to Council before that time and provide an estimate of the infrastructure gap related to core assets. By July 1st, 2024, the province requires plans for all core and non-core assets. By July 1st, 2025, the province requires proposed level of service life cycles and well-developed financial strategy. Furthermore, the province will require council-approved asset management plans every 5 years and an annual council review of asset management progress by July 1st of each year. Therefore, moving forward, it is imperative that the city begin to align staffing and technology in order to meet the dates mandated by the province. At this point, I will turn the presentation over to James so he can dive into the detail of the 2022 capital budget.
Thank you, John. So diving in, if we want to look at the 2022 capital investment, staff kind of categorized all of our projects into three main buckets. So those focused on asset management, those focused on service level enhancements, and those focused on strategic initiatives. As you can see, about 48% of our projects were focused on asset management in 2022, and we definitely took an intentional approach to focusing on asset management now and sort of into the future, given the upcoming changes with the asset management regulation. It's also worth noting that we pre-committed about 45% of the 2022 capital budget through pre-approved and contingent projects over new requests. So, unfortunately, because those decisions were made throughout the year via council reports, it limits our financial capacity available for new requests that come through the budget process. And so this year we had to get a little bit creative in terms of opportunities to fund the projects and maximize the opportunities in the capital budget this year. We also wanted to draw attention to the fact that the utility budget does support a large portion of the capital budget. Now, in terms of gross dollars, there's about $21 million, we'll say, so 26% of the capital budget receives some dollar investment from the utility budget. So that could be a combination of the sewer and water transfers from their operating budget, water or sewer reserves, as well as some debt financing that is funded by the utility budget. This is a quick overview of the 2022 capital budget by department. So it's really just a high-level view of what you would have seen largely in the budget book. And we've just sort of summarized the three main columns of what new requests exist in 2022, what was pre-approved, and what is contingent on, in most cases, their grant approvals where we haven't heard a response yet. So, staff in most cases, except one, won't be proceeding with the projects in the current scope if those grants aren't successful for those contingent projects. But we did want to categorize them separately just to draw that to Council's attention. I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the funding sources for the 2022 capital budget. So like previous years, there's a $4.2 million transfer from the operating budget, and that's sort of the capital investment portion from the operating budget. Hasn't changed since previous years. Last year there was a bit of an exception made due to the lack of OLG funding, but the $4.2 million budget's always been allocated in the operating budget, and so we've taken the opportunity to include that in our financing structure this year. There's a modest transfer from the library, and it's really just for the portion of their project that isn't able to be funded from development charges. The transfers from water and sewer do not reflect the gross amount of the capital investment. So in 2021, water and sewer each contributed about $5.4 million to capital. They'll be doing a similar investment in 2022, and I think we've actually proposed an increase in the upcoming utility budget based on the BMA study. These amounts reflect the amounts that are specifically being allocated in the 2022 capital budget, and the remainder will remain in reserves for future investment. So it's definitely not going to go unallocated in the future. There's $4.8 million in capital SPR investment, and those are our capital reserves. The majority of that funding came out of a reprioritization exercise, which I'll go over shortly and summarize. Basically, it was a result of a bunch of reprioritization and cancellations of projects that where scopes have changed, opportunities have changed, and we're either canceling or reprioritizing that funding and freeing it up to be allocated in the budget this year. The OLG reserve fund money, to be clear, the 2022 capital budget does not allocate any net new OLG money. This money has all been a result of that reprioritization exercise. So there were a few projects with OLG funding that have been canceled, and there are a few others where we've swapped out, debt or another funding source to free up that money so we can allocate it in the budget this year. Development charges are investing approximately $1.8 million, and that's strictly the reserve contribution. There's another $8.6 million in change that's actually being debt funded, and the debt charges will be funded from the development charges reserves. By taking that approach, it allows us to spread out the need or the impact on the reserves themselves. So we can kind of align the cash flows a little bit better from the development charge revenues coming into the reserves with the actual outflow for the investment in capital. The debenture amount is a little bit larger this year than council may have seen previously. It's worth noting that of that total, about $9.6 million is contingent on a grant application for the Chippewa-Willoughby Arena Complex combined with the library. Unfortunately, we have not yet heard if we're a successful candidate for that grant yet, but it's worth noting that does make up a large portion of it. As I mentioned, about $8.6 million of that total will eventually be funded by development charges rather. So it's an important consideration just knowing that, the $8.6 million is not going to create a direct operating levy impact, as John mentioned, right? All of our debt charges do reside back onto the operating budget as a pressure. And so, I just want to be clear that not all of this is going to directly impact the operating levy directly. About $2 million of that debt is going to be funded by the utility budget. So those payments will be made by the utility budget. And there may be some other opportunities with the upcoming proposed transit amalgamation, et cetera, where some of the transit debt that we currently have may eventually transfer up to the new regional commission. We allocated $10.5 million of Canada Community Benefit Fund. That might be a new name for some people who may be familiar with its old name, which is the federal gas tax. They rebranded this year, and so we were able to free up some previous year funding and allocate quite a large portion to some large infrastructure projects this year. We allocated $237,000 in transit gas tax, and that's directly to capital projects. There was some gas tax money held back in reserve to help service a debt obligation for some new buses we purchased recently. And so that's kind of being held back in reserve to cover those debt payments as soon as we start incurring them. There's $18 million in federal and provincial grant amounts. So again, one of the largest portions of that is about a $10 million grant for the Chippewa-Willoughby Arena project. There's about $3.2 million in ISIP grants, $3.3 million in OSIF, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, as well as a few other smaller grants from the federal and provincial governments. And finally, external contributions and other funding. So that's primarily third-party regional grant programs like the wet weather management program through the region, as well as sale proceed revenue for the sale of assets. Primarily in this case, the eventual sale of the old Coronation building. So in total, the total investment this year is approximately $80 million, quite a large budget considering the financial constraints that we were under. And, as John mentioned, we do commend staff for really stepping up to help us make sure that we could make this a successful and well-organized budget for this year. So speaking, as I mentioned previously, we did do a quite in-depth review of funding and a reprioritization. So we looked back at old projects, the scope of old projects, and did a really deep dive. So we were able to find about $830,000 or so in projects where we could either cancel them because the situation has changed and we no longer need to undertake them, or reprioritize the funding and potentially swap in a different funding source that's more appropriate. There was about $800,000 in uncommitted reserves. So that was primarily federal gas tax previously, where we swapped in a more appropriate funding source. And so we were able to uncommit that and allow it to be freed up in the reserve for future allocation. And the biggest change for this year was several debt swaps. So there was about $12.4 million gross in terms of debt swaps, where we're taking on some additional debt to fund long-lived assets. And that allows us to do, more work now with a lower impact. Right now, there's record low interest rates, and so we really want to capitalize on that opportunity to invest now, try to make some positive moves on our asset management plan, and really just try to invest in some of our existing asset stock. And that's a great way for us to take advantage at the time. So in total, we freed up about $14.1 million through this exercise, and we've allocated it out into sort of three buckets. So $4.7 million was directly reinvested in 2022 projects. So those were the capital CSPR and OLG buckets, primarily earlier that we illustrated. $6.3 million is being sent back to reserves and CSPR. So this is our effort to start replenishing our reserves. Most of our reserves don't have sustainable funding sources right now. So it's really important when we have the opportunity to start building them up, because we're anticipating we're going to need quite a large cash inflow to start really moving the needle on the management of our assets. And we anticipate that the asset management plan next year is really going to highlight the gap and the need for investment, as well as existing projects. So about $2.9 million was allocated to existing projects. In a lot of cases, that was really just to use a more advantageous financing approach. So, during last year's budget, to try to get the budget through, we did allocate some debt financing to some projects, but some, frankly, were smaller projects that aren't necessarily the best candidates for debt. So we took this opportunity to swap that debt out and put in reserve funding or another source that is a little bit more appropriate for that type of work. So as an example, one of the large swaps we did was for a road rehabilitation project. So we were able to free up some reserve money, and by doing that, we were able to spread those costs over about 15 years. And the funding that it freed up, we were able to reinvest into urgent priorities. So funding Fire Tanker 6 or our new plow truck strategy, for example. So as I mentioned previously, there's some compelling reasons to look at taking on debt right now. So primarily it spreads the cost of the capital projects over their useful life. So rather than incurring the cost all at once up front, we can spread that cost over the life of the asset. There are some limited internal and external funding sources, and to a certain degree, we're still feeling the impacts of OLG. It's sounding very positive that we have received a payment already, and it sounds like our operating obligations are in better shape this year than they were last year. However, we don't really anticipate to have a lot of extra money left for reinvestment, and that's why we didn't allocate any new OLG money this year. Low interest rates. So right now, the interest rates are pretty much at a record low. I don't really anticipate them to go down any further. And there's some economists at Scotiabank that are actually forecasting, based on some Bank of Canada announcements, up to 8 small interest rate increases between now and the end of 2023. Right now, the emergency borrowing rate, or the emergency overnight rate rather, is at 0.25%, and I think their plan is to eventually phase it up to 2.25%, which inevitably is going to start increasing the cost for debt. So the sooner we can lock in that low interest rate, the better. In terms of debt guidelines, provincially we're mandated to have our total annual debt payments not exceed 25% of our own source revenue. So that's a provincial mandate. Most municipalities set a policy limit somewhere between 10 and 15%. We're going to be exploring those options looking ahead. But despite the fact that we are taking on more debt this year, and that's our proposal, we're still coming in at around 5.87%, which is still quite low. We do have a lot of capacity still on the debt side, which is really a good news story, because it gives us opportunities to continue increasing our investment without being too concerned about getting close to any limits. So this chart's a little complicated, but to illustrate it, the light colored bars represent our annual payments, and the red line up top illustrates our annual repayment limit. So that's the 25% absolute cap. The smaller bars, obviously, we're currently at about 4%, going up to 5.87%. And there is some contingent debt, and the contingent debt would be grant related or reliant on a future approval of some sort. We're forecasting it going up to about 6%. The darker bars represent the gross dollars of that debt. So currently we have about $73 million in gross debt, and we're going to be increasing that up to about $102 million. Just for reference, at the maximum limit of 25% at our ARL, so the $43.81 million amount annually that we can pay in debt servicing, that represents about $545 million of debt, assuming about 5% over 20 years. So realistically speaking, we could potentially, even the worst case scenario, including contingent debt, we could probably still take on upwards of $420,000 or more, or $427 million or more, I should say, in debt. So by no means are we near any limit that we need to be overly concerned with, but we want to be transparent in presenting this to council so they understand where we stand and sort of where we're heading and what we have to look forward to. So there are a few initiatives that were identified during the 2022 budget process, and so we just wanted to highlight a few that we're going to tackle moving forward. First and foremost, we're looking at a multi-year plow truck strategy. We approved 2 plow trucks for replacement in 2021, and we have not yet had the chance to procure those yet. So in 2022, we've approved an additional 2. Unfortunately, due to COVID pricing, which you've probably heard a lot about, and supply shortages, the costs have increased quite drastically for these plow trucks. So the 2022 budget request actually includes a top up of $120,000 to our previous request last year, just to cover that shortfall. Moving forward, though, staff do want to explore multi-year procurements. So for the 2023 to 2025 forecast of the number of trucks we're planning on replacing, there's probably about 8 more trucks that we're going to need in that time period. So staff are looking for direction to be able to explore opportunities, right? By going out for more, we might be able to have some economies of scale, looking for 8 trucks versus 2 at a time. And we're hoping that with that, we might be able to get some more competitive pricing as well. Another initiative is to look at at the fleet pool and consider electrifying it. So staff is going to explore the use of electric vehicles in that environment. We think the fleet pool is a really good starting point in terms of a current use that would be conducive to test piloting something like this. It is in tandem and rather contingent on a grant program that would help cover some of the costs of the charging infrastructure. So without that grant, it might change the scope slightly. Primarily, we want to be able to explore the use by keeping them as pool vehicles. There's a larger group of people that'll have access to the vehicles, to get exposure to them, get used to them. And it also gives staff some more time to evaluate the required policies and procedures to make sure that if it does get scaled up on a larger scale, that we have the right tools in place to make sure it's successful. So some future policy changes. So we did touch a little bit briefly on debt policy, and John mentioned this earlier as well. We do want to enforce a policy to levy debt at the time of capital budget approval. To date, that hasn't really been our practice. We've been taking a little bit more of a buy now, pay later approach in the sense that we're not really worrying about that debt obligation until we go and issue the debt. Unfortunately, at that point, it becomes a little bit unavoidable and the timing doesn't always work out ideal. So, staff have worked really hard to try to mitigate that as much as possible. There were some opportunities for some mitigation this year. So staff have taken the opportunity to DC fund some of our development charge debt, which frees up some capacity. So by doing this, it's allowed us to build in all of the debt approvals prior to the 2022 capital budget without creating virtually any levy impact. The impact to the operating levy is 0.09%, so less than 0.1%, which is a great news story because it prevents us from having to, immediately create a pressure on taxpayers. But that being said, we do want to, over the next 3 years or so, ensure that we're phasing in this practice of levying upfront. And the way things stand, there still is about $2.9 million of gross debt, largely coming out of this budget, that unfortunately we didn't have room to include in that. So we will need to worry about levying for that, in the fullness of time. We're hoping we can phase that in rather soon in the next couple of years. The good news is that some of that gross debt, so the 2.9 million is the big number, but a lot of that is recoverable from development charges, the utility budget, and potentially some of it could be transferred to the region through the transit amalgamation. So we're not anticipating a really dire situation by any means, but we do want to be upfront with council and ensure that this is sort of the best practice for us to adopt going forward to make sure we're being responsible with our debt going forward. We're also going to be looking at adopting a reserve policy. This really focuses on sustainable funding tools, right? Looking at par values and really keeping the asset management plan in mind in terms of starting to save money away for future replacements of assets. It'll include target balances, minimum balances, et cetera, for some of our reserve funds to make sure that we're making wise decisions. An example would be our fleet reserve. Unfortunately, it's not in the best situation right now balance-wise. So, a goal would be to set, a minimum balance for it and then a target balance we can strive towards to make that program self-sufficient in the long term. And finally, a budget policy. So one big piece of this would be to identify all operating levy impacts that result from capital at the time of capital approval. An easy example is if we're building a new facility, we want to identify and approve the cost for staffing, utilities, cleaning, et cetera, during the capital budget process, just to be transparent and make sure that council is willing to undertake that full capital scope, knowing the cost to actually operate that facility post-construction. It also prevents, like John mentioned, the situations where when construction's complete, there's a surprise bill at the end for us to suddenly raise taxes to cover this. So it's a front-loading situation where we're very transparent and clear about that up front. And if council weren't comfortable with that approach, it allows the deferral of the entire project rather than pieces, putting us in a potentially more precarious situation in the future. The other piece to this budget policy would also be that it would govern budget activities to ensure consistent budgeting practices and hopefully reduce the number of in-year approvals that we pre-commit during the year. So, there are definitely warranted cases sometimes for unexpected grant applications, et cetera. But as you saw today, close to 45%, so almost half of the capital budget before you today was pre-committed before we even started talking about next year's budget based off of in-year approvals. And so this policy will help guide the decision-making on that front to make sure we're following best practices. And finally, a couple upcoming changes. John mentioned this again. The intent is to wrap up the budget process prior to year end. This will move the capital budget up significantly, more than likely, just because it does influence the operating budget. But that's sort of the goal moving forward. It allows us to start, with a bit of a running start in the new year, which is great news for us. Even for the capital budget, having this come forward in November for approval is ideal because it allows staff to begin getting tenders on the ground, and hopefully we have a bit of a first mover advantage for some of the more contentious and competitive contracts. Some of the road contracts, for example, if we might have a first mover advantage, we might get better pricing if we hit the market sooner. So the earlier we can approve it, the better, and that's going to be one of our goals moving forward. And we're also going to be looking at more robust forecasting and analysis, hopefully a 10-year financing outlook, right, to keep an eye, to basically assess not only the current situation, but the runway ahead of us and potentially any challenges that we might see down the road. Ultimately the asset management plan is going to become a bit of a backbone of this. Like John said, it's sort of the foundation of the program. And really that's going to really be what sets us up. But, we still also need to forecast for growth requirements and everything else. And hopefully that'll give council a bit more of a bird's eye view of what's yet to come, and will set us up to make wise financial decisions with the future in mind. So quickly before we take questions, this year is a little bit different than previous years. So normally we'd have a slide here talking about recommendations. Alternatively, this year we actually brought a companion report forward alongside our budget presentation. So F 2021-56 in front of you today outlines all of the recommendations associated with the 2022 capital budget. And it was cleaner for us to sort of put all of that together in a comprehensive package for you rather than having many slides with a bunch of recommendations. I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and I thank you very much for your time. And John and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
That's great, James. Thanks very much. I'm going to ask our CAO. He's going to kind of wrap it up for us, summarize it. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. First, I'd like to thank staff. They might not want to thank me. They might say I might have been fairly pushy this year with them on this capital budget. But I view this capital budget as a very critical document. And as James and Jonathan had outlined, we're going to get better with the capital budget. We need to elevate the information we give you so that as a council you can see what's going to happen 3-4 years out. Niagara Falls is in a unique position, and I'll use unique as better than a tough position. This council is going to hear over and over again asset management planning, asset management planning, asset management planning. You'll hear it so much that you'll start referring to it as AMP. That's what the cool kids say, because they're tired of saying asset management planning. But that's going to be a critical issue, and it's a challenge for every city. As the document outlined there, almost half of the assets in Ontario are not in a state of good repair. It's going to cost billions of dollars to fix that. Niagara Falls is no different, quite frankly. We're going to face, that big bill coming in, and we're going to know more about that next year. What I push staff to do here is, yes, we did defer some projects. Yes, we did take some off the table, but we did that in a very organized way. But we still put forward a very big capital budget, because if you defer too many projects, all that happens is you just get that bill back later. We also, as James said, we changed the recommendation this year, and I want to be very clear to council. When you approve this, the recommendation that's being approved is you're actually approving the capital budget, which means that tomorrow staff will go out and start to execute this capital budget, because we need to get on this stuff quickly. Now, the reason we're doing that is this is something that we'll do in the future. If we have contentious projects, we'll isolate those, and we'll ask for approval on the asset management projects, and we'll isolate the other ones for later on. But because of the impact on this year's budget, because of what we did on a financing strategy to minimize the levy impact, because we know we're in trouble on the levy budget, but this impact is less than 0.1% to the levy. And frankly, because this council had already previously approved almost half of the projects anyways, you can't get into a reconsideration. We're saying let's just go ahead with this and not wait for the levy budget. The other thing I want to be very clear to council is we took a very aggressive position on how to finance projects. We went back and we were rethinking how our process is on how we're debt financing, why we're debt financing it, to manage the fact that we need to invest even more money. We will be investing hundreds of millions of dollars over the next couple of years, and how to do that without having to tax. You know, for every $1 million or for every $700,000 in cost, we have to tax 1%. So to avoid that impact, we're taking a much more aggressive look on that. So I just want to kind of give you that framework of all the things that we think about as staff when we present this budget. And I will say that, you know, it's staff's obligation and my commitment to this council that you guys need better information for the budget. And I don't take that lightly. As a council, you cannot, you know, I always say that, you know, as a council, you guys need to have the binoculars and you guys need to be steering the ship, you know, several years down the road. Don't worry about exactly what's going on today, but you need that foresight, and we're not giving you that foresight currently. We're just dealing with this year, and we need to give you a bit more leeway on that, and you know, our staff will do that over time. But I will say that, you know, this was a great capital budget. It addresses as best we can asset management, with the fact that you have a city that has taken a significant hit on revenue that was unsuspected. Knows we have asset management planning issues that we have to deal with, but also, unlike some other cities, we're also facing tremendous growth. So we not only have to catch up with all our old assets that we have to deal with, we actually have to start investing in new assets to deal with the growth and to grow the city from 90,000 to 140,000. So we're under, you know, we're getting caught on both ends of it. But I'd just like to, again, thank staff. We'd be happy to address council, and the only commitment I'll say is that, you know, this information, I won't name the councillor, but he said, holy cow, like, the budget package went from this to this, and we'll give you even more information the next year too. There'll be even more information so you guys can make better decisions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Burgess, I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, then Ioannoni. And I should apologize, as Councillor Pietrangelo's budget chair, we should have switched roles and it slipped. I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay, Your Worship. I just have a couple comments to start off with. I mean, I want to say thank you to our CAO, Mr. Burgess, and also staff for bringing in 3 new policies for staff. I think we knew when we took on Mr. Burgess that we were going to get ourselves into a different level of financial wherewithal. So I welcome the policies, Your Worship, the debt policy, the reserve policy, and also the budget policy. I know the budget policy has already been talked about. It was something that was brought up a couple of meetings ago, where when council makes a decision, it should automatically go into that year's budget. And we're facing that this year with a few of the projects that we have coming on stream. I know Mr. Levins went through it already, or was it Mr. Dowling? I can't remember. One of you gentlemen did. And the fact that we now have decisions from previous councils and previous years that we're going to have to adopt in this year's operating budget. Your Worship, I've always been someone who's been debt averse. I've come to council all the time and I've argued against that. But I do understand the other side of the coin. I understand that that asset management plan is just kind of looming over our back shoulder. So we have to tackle it at some point, like every other municipality in Ontario. And I think every other municipality is going to be faced with the same decision. You know, time to bring your assets up to a certain level. There's going to be 2 sides to that coin. I mean, you know, obviously the public is going to like the fact that we're going to have newer and improved assets, but it's also going to cost a little bit more. I guess the good thing is in Niagara Falls is we have kept our debt very low, and I appreciate staff letting us know what our actual limit is. To think that the city of Niagara Falls can still be in good standing in its financial documents and we can borrow over $500 million. That's a very large number, Your Worship, and we're only at 73 million right now. So for a lot of years, we've done a very good job of keeping our debt very low. That's a plus in our favor because that actually allows us to borrow now and not have to, I guess, make extremely tough decisions or actually pass that right back onto the taxpayers in terms of rate hikes. Had we have been in the reverse situation and our debt would have been high and then we had to borrow, I think we would have been much worse off. So, Your Worship, there is some silver lining here. I do support the budget, and when you're ready for a motion, I'll be happy to make it.
That's great. Great comments. Thank you for that, Councillor.
Worship, I also wanted to mention, I mean, I really like some of the I guess, new assets that we're going to be looking at. You know, every single winter, we always get complaints about snowplows. A lot of times it's not a matter of having the manpower on the road. It's the fact that if we get very, very heavy snowfalls, our equipment is a little bit older and sometimes it breaks down. So replacing that equipment is only going to help us and our residents in terms of clearing the snow. And the electric vehicles, Your Worship, I know that was your idea, but I think it would be great for our municipality to be a leader in terms of driving around green vehicles. So again, when you're ready for a motion, I'll be happy to make it.
That's great. Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Ioannoni and Campbell.
Thank you, and I'd be happy to second that motion. And I'd also want to thank Jason, Jonathan, and James, because last week we had the opportunity to go in and sit with them. We actually had a blackout. I think it was the first budget meeting I had. I'm sorry, and I have dogs that will bark through this, and I apologize very much. They're in the Zoomies right now. But we actually had a blackout and ended up doing the rest of the budget with our iPad, with our iPhone flashlights. So that had been a first. But I really like to see the progressive stand that not only Mr. Burgess, but Jonathan and James are taking too. And I'd like to remind council that it was, I think 2 budget meetings ago, Councillor Lococo made almost these same recommendations. And I'm glad to see that we're moving forward with them. I did have one question. In the budget, it says there's 101 projects being done valued at over $80 million, with deferred 19 projects with a gross value of just over $5,700,000. Are those, once upon a time, those would be on our tab 10, we call it, I see Jonathan raise his eyebrows. We called it the tab 10, the things we wanted to do, but we had to defer. Are we looking at doing those next year? Like when you say there's 19 that were deferred, are they high priority that were just deferred till next year? And will they be on the list, at the top of the list next year?
Mr. CAO is going to answer this one.
Yeah, anybody.
I'll start, and my finance colleagues can put into it. No, once they get deferred, they'll be reevaluated with the new projects in that year. And again, if they move up the priority chain as how we rank priority projects, they might make the cut at that point in time. But there may be new projects that come in that have a higher priority or a greater need. So there's no guarantee that those projects will automatically be funded next year. They will be reevaluated each year based upon the capital request coming in.
Thank you, and that's a very important distinction, because generally when we had the famous tab 10, it was what was going to be done the following year. So I wanted to make sure that that the public is clear that that's not how we're doing it this year. And again, I just want to congratulate all 3 of you, because I'm really going to enjoy seeing a budget going forward like this. I think it gives us more information, it gives the public more information, and it allows us to spend wisely. So thank you very much. And I would be happy to second Victor's motion.
Okay, thank you. I got Councillor Campbell, then Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. All the years I've been on council, this is the first time I've understood the budget. Well done. Seriously, very well done. I'm looking forward to working with you.
I just want to, again, thank staff. And one of the reasons for success is I always say, and the mayor will bug me, but I'm not the smartest guy. Usually I'm the dumbest guy in the room. So when staff have to explain it to me, they have to really bring it down to my level, and sometimes that helps translate it to the broader audience.
Don't believe a word he just said. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, I just want to say, all the years I've been here, this is the best budget presentation that I've seen, and I want to congratulate everybody involved. And I want to particularly the CAO and thank him for bringing the budgets before the end of the year. When I was here for 10 years, we were always did it in December, and finally we got it back on track. It's a lot of benefit by doing that, and I want to thank you, and your financial background is really going to be an asset for this municipality. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. We're not quite there this year, but we're going to be a little earlier, but next year will even be better. We'll be completely done by December next year.
We'll get the casinos back.
Yeah. But we'll still might slip into January for our levy budget, but we'll correct it by next year.
Great job. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And yeah, it was very thorough, and it's nice that we have a vision, and it's just not for 2022, it's for years to come. I like the explanation of taking, you know, we've held our debt off for so long, and it's to take advantage of those good interest rates and taking on more debt. I was just wondering if CEO or anyone in the finance department could, comparing to other municipalities, especially in Niagara region, maybe St. Catharines, how do we fit in as far as our debt? Like, are we very low? Are we high? Are we at the, you know, what spectrum?
We'll ask our CAO to comment.
So having an ARL, you know, in the 5% range is low. You know, and that's why, you know, we'll bring a policy that council will set a policy, and, you know, spoiler alert, I'm going to be recommending 15% ARL limit to this council to deal with that. If you look at my previous job, we tripled debt, and their forecast is to be at 14.97% in our last budget to deal with it. They didn't have the ARL room, frankly, that they had, and they also didn't have the tax room we had. If you look at other municipalities, they came in with, you know, they generally, you know, that's the challenge with asset management planning. They're coming in, frankly, with high levels of debt. And, you know, as Councillor Pietrangelo said, this council, you know, did a good job keeping debt low. Also, frankly, and I don't want to talk about it, but you've kept your taxes low too. So as I pointed out in the last presentation, we're way cheaper than St. Catharines on taxes, and we're way cheaper than Welland on taxes. And therefore, you know, council can make those decisions. Do you want to, how much debt do you want to take on, and how much taxes do you want to increase to pay for it now versus pay for it later? So I think this council, you know, if there's a silver lining, I think Councillor Pietrangelo calls it a silver lining. There's a big bill coming, and unlike some other municipalities that have maxed out their credit cards and don't have any money in the bank, you know, we might not like the fact that we got a big bill, but we got lots of room on our credit card and we got money in our pockets. So, you know, we can deal with it. It's not going to kill us.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor?
ARL.
Yep, and that's why, and that's annual repayment limit. And the definition of that is that's your principal plus interest payments on your debt that you make each year compared to your own source revenue. I won't get into the complex definition of own source revenue, but that's really your tax, what you tax and what you get for water, you know, water income. It doesn't include government grants or anything like that. So anything that you can control as a revenue levy. So really, that's no different than when you go to a bank, and, you know, banks will talk about GDR and TDR, your debt servicing ratio. How much of your paycheck can you afford to pay for your mortgage? And they give you a limit on that, and they'll say, well, you can't, you know, you need to only spend 30% of your take-home pay on a mortgage. The province does the same thing and says it's 25%. That's the most of your take-home pay, if you want to put it that way, that you can pay on debt, and that's why they limit it. And that's why it's very important that this council sets that guideline going forward, so that they can decide how much they, you know, how much do they want to pay in debt servicing.
I just wanted to make sure residents understood the acronyms.
Yeah, I know sometimes our finance people are guilty of using acronyms, and it's like another language. Councillor Strange, you still have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, and I just want to thank the CEO for explaining and about our debt and how low, and we don't realize as a council, our last few terms, we've kept the levy really low for our residents, and the last couple of years, the whole city's been hit hard, and it's because we've kept it that low and kept our debt low that we can make a decision like this today, and it's really going to help us in the future. So great job to all of council and staff.
Great. Any other questions or comments? And I'll just echo the same thing, and compliments to our budget chair, Councillor Pietrangelo, always keeping the debt very low. We're the lowest of the big cities in the region, and we're the lowest property taxes of the big cities in the region, and yet we've got great assets too. We've got new facilities. So as a council, we've gone in a good direction, but as the CAO points out, this new debt, or this new asset management policy being given to us by the province is dictating that we have to account for all assets, bridges, roads, underground, everything. So that means every single city in the country has a massive debt they need to answer for, and they're forcing us to come up with a plan on how we're going to do it. So the good thing, like the CAO said, we've got a lot of room on our credit card, we got money in the bank, and we don't have a big debt. So we're in good shape to deal with it. No one likes to deal with it, but at least we're in good shape, and we got the right CAO to guide us through this process. So that's great. So look for a motion for Councillor Pietrangelo, and second from Councillor Ioannoni, yes, that we approve the capital budget tonight. And I'm looking for a vote. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Okay, and that's great. Unanimous first budget. Good job, Mr. CAO.
The next one's going to be tougher.
Well, it'll be more tough, but that's okay. And to James and Jonathan, terrific job, gentlemen. Appreciate you putting it together in nice bite-sized pieces that we can all consume. Well done. And the CAO is going to buy you guys a beverage afterwards for your hard work. Yes, Mr. CAO.
I'm just going to make sure that the next budget that's going to come in is going to be a much more difficult budget, our operating budget. So I just want council to really capture all these good feelings that you're saying about me and finance staff right now, and roll those forward when I give you a budget that might go have a little bit of indigestion to it. But anyways, I do appreciate council support. And I do appreciate, this being supported, because I know Mr. Nickel and his team tomorrow will hit the ground running to get the RFPs and tenders out the door.
Awesome. Well done. Okay, moving on into the planning matters aspect of our meeting. I'll now call on our clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit the construction of a 6-story building with 35 dwelling units at the south side of Old McLeod Road, west of Stanley Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Monday, August 9th, 2021, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd now like to ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment for one last time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this property is on Old McLeod Road, and it is to permit a construction of a 6-story apartment building with 35 units. The property is shown on the map in front of you. It's located between Stanley Avenue and Atlantis Avenue. And to the north is a proposed or an approved apartment development, not yet built, as well as detached dwelling, apartment dwellings, former motel, vacant lands, as well as a hydro corridor. So very mixed area. The applicants requested a zoning bylaw amendment to allow the 6-story building with 35 dwelling units. The lands are designated tourist commercial in the official plan. They are currently zoned tourist commercial, and they're seeking a residential apartment 5E zone with site-specific regulations. So this proposal is shown on the plan. The building is basically on the south side of Old McLeod Road, and has a large landscaped area around it. The predominant amount of parking is underground. They are looking for a reduction in the parking regulation
from 1.4 spaces per dwelling unit to 1.31 parking spaces per dwelling unit, and they're looking for a reduction in the landscape open space from 50% down to 49.69%. This is an image of what that building would look like. So highly articulated, a 6-story building with step backs and projections so that it really softens the appearance of the building. The lands are currently vacant. We held a public neighborhood meeting in August, and there were no comments received. The application does conform with the provincial policy, and it would help diversify the city's housing options. In terms of land use compatibility, it was determined that the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding industrial and commercial uses. I mentioned the hotel. We also had regard to Salit Steel and Washington Mills, which are a short distance away on Stanley Avenue, south of Marineland Parkway. An environmental site assessment was done, and there were no concerns. The noise study also found that the noise limits do not exceed guidelines, and the recommended regulations to facilitate development would maintain appropriate public health and safety measures. As I mentioned, the official plan designates the lands as tourist commercial, but it is in the McLeod Road intensification corridor, which does permit residential developments up to 8 stories and a maximum density of 150 units per hectare. This project, as I've said, is 6 stories and 130 units per hectare, so actually under what the official plan would allow. The building uses that stepped and articulated built form that helps lessen its height, or appearance of lessening its height, as you saw earlier. As well, the exterior cladding provides architectural interest. The rear yard setback is appropriate, and sufficient amount of open space is provided as amenity for the residents, and the building will not be shadowing parcels to the south. The vacant lands to the rear are expected to be developed for tourist commercial uses in the future, and they actually have frontage on Stanley Avenue. The western side of the property abuts the Canadian Niagara Power Corridor, and there is sufficient setback. The eastern side is a residential use, near appropriate landscaping and fencing to mitigate any conflicts. The majority of the parking is below grade, and the proposed development will provide residents with a choice of housing of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. The zoning bylaw, as I mentioned, is currently tourist commercial, and they are seeking an R5E zone that will permit an apartment dwelling. They are seeking the amendments to the parking requirements and the landscape open space, but both of these are considered minimal reductions from the standard. The proposed parking, as I've mentioned, minimal. They are providing 93% of the requirements, and transportation services does support the amount of parking that's proposed. As well, there are transit stops available for residents of this building, and the reduction of the landscape area as well is suitable, as there's a large amount of landscaping. Staff recommend that the site-specific zone limit the building to 6 stories and 20 meters, which is as designed in that illustration earlier, whereas the standard R5E zone would permit a building height of 25 meters. It's recommended that the amending bylaw include a H provision, a holding provision, to secure an updated noise study to the satisfaction of the region. So the proposal does comply or conform with the provincial policies, conforms with the city's official plan, and the requested R5E zone requirements would be appropriate to ensure compatibility with the surrounding properties. Therefore, staff is recommending that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone the lands to a site-specific R5E zone to permit the construction of a 6-story building with 35 dwelling units, subject to the regulations outlined in the report, and that a holding provision require an updated noise study. Those are the highlights of this presentation.
Any questions from City Council for Mr. Hurlovich? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone?
We do not have any members of the public that had registered to speak to this matter.
All right, thank you for that. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Okay, I understand we have a Constantine Radeff.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good evening to everybody, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As you said, my name is Constantine. I'm the architect for this project and the agent as well, acting on behalf of the owners. First of all, I'd like to thank you everybody that was involved in this project during the planning process. And my special thanks go to Julie Hanna for her prompt and quick responses to my questions. She guided me very well during this, I would say, a little bit complicated process. But anyway, at the end, I have two questions. The first question is, I noticed that one of the recommendations is to limit the height of the building to 20 meters. I don't have a problem with this. My concern is, how about if we go a little bit higher? Because during the development of the project, I had the idea a little bit to introduce additional drop ceiling on each floor level, which will increase approximately with 50 to 60 centimeters the height of the building. Would this be a problem, or should I stick to 20 meters?
So
this
what
is the first question.
Okay. And then why don't we start with the first question, sir.
Okay.
So what height are you requesting? So staff are recommending 20 meters and you're recommending?
20 meters, and the bylaw calls for 25.
Okay, so Mr. Hurlovich, are you able to weigh in on that question from Mr. Radeff? Did I say that right? Is it Radeff?
Radeff, yes, correct.
Yep.
Correct.
You're muted, Alex.
Sorry, I thought I had done that. Yeah, so the architect, Mr. Radeff, is saying that approximately 30 centimeters, I think he said, additional height. So it's about a third of a meter. So I don't know whether he wants 20.3 meters or whether he wants 21 meters, 22 meters. We'll be putting in the zoning provisions in any event, a 6-story building and the height, so it'll be one or the other, whichever comes first. So if he reaches 6 stories at 18 meters, then that's what he gets. If he reaches, if he wants 22 meters, we can put 22 meters.
Let's make it 21. The overall height, 6 stories, is going to remain intact. I'm just talking about the clear height, floor to ceiling, to be slightly higher than what is right now on my drawings. So I'm looking for probably 60 centimeters to be added. Right now I have 19.50 overall height. So another 60 is going to be 20 meters, 20 centimeters, plus minus, something like that. Would this be a problem, or?
So 21 is fine. We're still talking.
Let's say 21. 21 is perfect.
Okay, great. Issue number one is good. Okay, we're good on that one. And then, Mr. Radeff, what was your second question?
The second issue, I read here the recommendations from the planning staff. There is another holding provision that has to be on this project, and I'm wondering because the noise consultant did a pretty good job. Everything is within the required measurements and limits, and in addition to this report, we had a peer review from WSP, and they also found everything to be in order. So I'm wondering, do we really need to have a holding provision for the noise study? I'll tell you something more. During, during the development of the project, I had a mechanical consultant preparing the preliminary studies, and they did pretty accurate studies. Actually, we have the real AC unit that will be installed on the roof. And based on this information, the acoustical consultant did their calculations. So I don't expect any other changes in the noise levels. I understand that maybe there will be some noise from the adjacent properties, but they're too far away, the generating noise properties. So I'm just asking the council and Mr. Harovich, do you really think that we need this holding provision? If you think that it has to be done again, I'm okay, I don't have issues. But I just ask.
Okay, so we'll ask Mr. Hurlovich to comment on the holding provision.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of belt and suspenders, Your Worship, so that if something changed, that we could secure any mitigation measures. But as Mr. Redif points out, air conditioning is basically one of those conditions. We'll secure that through the site plan process, as well as any exterior cladding and so on. So I think we can meet the mitigation measures of that noise study that's already submitted and do that through the site plan process rather than requiring an additional study be submitted. So we'll clear it through the site plan.
Okay.
And that would just be part of our standard process when he gets to that phase.
So then, Mr. Hurlovich, would then the second recommendation not be needed, or?
Delete that one.
Okay, okay, got it. Okay, great. So is that all your questions, Mr. Redef?
That's all, and I really appreciate your answers, and hoping to work with you in the future, in the next steps.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions of council for Mr. Redef? No questions? Okay, that's great. Thank you, sir. If there's no further questions, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the direction of council? I've got Councillor Thompson, and then I've got Councillor.
I would move the extension of the building, and I don't know why they would put a holding on this. The building across the road was approved, what, 5-6 years ago? And there was no holding on that, so I would move the motion for approve it.
Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we go to 21-meter height and move recommendation 1, deleting recommendation 2. Councillor Dabrowski, was there anything further?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the clear height was identified, but you just did that, so I'm good.
Okay,
I'll second
great.
it.
So if we've captured everything, and if there's nothing further, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Redef.
Councillor Ioannoni had her hand up and.
She does? I'm sorry, Councillor Ioannoni?
No, I was in favor.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Let me just clear my screen here. Okay, great. Moving along to reports. I'll give this to Mr. Clerk, sorry. Thank you. Okay, report 8.1, parking fund budget to actual comparison. The suggestion is for information of council. Moved by Councillor Carrier, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we receive and file. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, Your Worship, for 8.2, for the school crossing guards, I mean, they're hired by the city, but there is a letter in there from one of the schools that I work for, so I'll declare conflict on this.
Okay.
I'll leave my conflict here for the clerk.
Okay, conflict by Councillor Pietrangelo.
I move the motion.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Dabrowski.
No, by Councillor Thompson.
Oh, who said?
He declared a conflict.
Oh, I'm sorry, by who seconded it?
I did.
Councillor. Okay. Councillor Thompson moved it. Councillor Dabrowski seconded it. My apologies. Is there any discussion to that? Okay, if not, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous with one conflict by Councillor Pietrangelo. I saw Mr. Nickel come on. I guess he's back off again. All right. Item 8.3. See, it was just the sheer thought that he came on the screen. He scared everybody, right? We voted along with it. 8.3, Housing Concepts Dunn Street Extension. The recommendation that staff begin the pre-consultation neighborhood consultation process.
Yeah, sure, Your Worship. I mean, you know, I don't know if Mr. Herlovich has anything that he wants to, I guess, update council or bring forward to council. I'm quite happy with the fact, Your Worship, that it looks like in this particular piece of property, even though part of it is going to end up not being developable right now because we have some underground services in there, that it looks like we're going to be able to fit almost 100 units. That's quite a lot, Your Worship. You know, council will have options once the land is rezoned. We can decide at that point whether we want to work with nonprofit housing corporation or what we want to do at that point. But I think the next step in the process, Your Worship, is to go forward with the rezonings, move it to a public meeting, and then go forward from there.
Great job, great find too, Councillor Pietrangelo, for more potential housing within the city, within the urban boundary. That's great. So motion by Councillor Pietrangelo that we move the recommendation. Second by Councillor Thompson?
No.
No?
No,
I had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I have questions too.
Okay. So I got Councillor Thompson.
Yeah.
And then I got Councillor Ioannoni.
Yeah, the recommendations makes that the staff is going to get the opinion of the people in the
That's right.
area on Lyndhurst and Buckingham Drive. This is a path for the hydro, and there's huge trees all the way along these people on Lyhurst, and I would like to see what their opinion is, and the people on the other side on Buckingham Drive. How is that going to be done, Alec?
Mr. Herlovich, could you answer what direction this would take with this recommendation? Would it address Lyndhurst and the other streets?
So, Your Worship, typically our process would be to conduct a neighborhood meeting and to listen to the concerns of the residents and then make any modifications to the drawings. The report does identify that we would need to do a arborist report to look at whether or not trees can be preserved. So basically those arborist reports look at whether or not the trees are healthy, whether they're split, leaning, poor shape, diseased, and it would identify any trees that we could possibly save. Sometimes the tree in the middle of a property would be in the middle of a building envelope and that tree might be lost, but we would be replacing trees through the site plan process on the plan to make sure that there are vegetation remaining.
Have
as
you
well.
been out to the property and looked at it?
No, I have not.
Yeah,
Well,
the trees out there are full, the entire property. And all I want to do, I accept your idea of a public meeting and
But no-
everybody be notified and report back to council.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Ioannoni.
And I told, Councillor Thompson should make that a motion because I would be happy to second it.
Well,
I walk that every day.
the
I walk it
recommendation.
3 times a day with 3 different dogs. That the amount of trees you're gonna have to take down there is going to be repulsive. And good luck trying to get the cooperation of the neighbors in that area. They love their green space. It's not just used by the adjacent communities, it's used by the community all around. Not to mention the fact that once you pave that down and make it a parking lot again, the coyotes that live in there and the wildlife that run in there are going to be in everybody else's neighborhood adjacent to it. I would like to see nothing happen before we have a public meeting and we have an arborist study. Because I do not believe you're going to have the support you think you're going to have.
Okay. Yeah, well, the recommendation does say to have a public meeting, so we don't need a separate motion. It's already, that would be inherent of the recommendation. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two things. One, I was concerned about the trees as well, and I was wondering, I did take a picture of the green layer, the tree layer of that property. Mr. Matson, do you have that? Now, I did talk to Mr. Hurlovich, and he told me, so do you see the, yeah, can you point to the left one?
Yep.
The one to the left? No, other left, yeah. Just above where you were. The long, yes, that one. So that's the first parcel, and Carol Road is on the left. All of that dark green is vegetation. It could be a small bush, it could be a big tree, but you can see that more than 3/4 of it is vegetation. So when the arborists do the report, they will outline good, fair, leaning, dead trees, bushes, or whatever. If you look at the second parcel to the right, that's the one that we cannot build on until we know what's going on. Can you move the pointer over a little bit, please? Yes, there. That's the one that we can't build on until we know what's underneath it. There's not a lot of vegetation there. There's only just up at the corners. And then if you move to the far right to the next one, that's the third piece, and again, there's a lot of vegetation there. I'm all for affordable housing, but I really do want to keep the tree preservation in mind. And what I'm starting to learn about tree preservation, as Mr. Hurlovich just said, is that if there's a tree in the middle of the building envelope, it's coming down because they have to build, but we would plant other trees. So I'm concerned about that. 100 units, that's great. And my other, not concern, but discussion would be is how is this, who's our partner going to be? How is it funded? I think we really need to put a lot more work into that, because if we open up this can of worms with the residents and then we don't find a partner or figure out how we're doing it, it could do more harm than good. So those are my concerns. But it's a great project to get another 100 affordable units.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussions or Councillor Ioannoni?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to state, I remember one of the meetings we've had this discussion, somebody pointed out, oh, I know a developer who would build this now. I want to make sure if we're doing it, that we're doing it properly. And not only are we looking for partners, but we're not already prejudging who the builders or the developers are going to be. And that comment was made to me by an organization who said, I watched that meeting and somebody said, oh, they know a developer or a builder who would do that. Is it not going to go to tender? And I said, I think that was just a comment that was thrown out, but I want to ensure people that we're doing it correctly.
Well, that's the only way. We have a procurement process we have to follow, as we always do.
I do understand that, but the comment was still made that night. And I just wanted to reassure them that it's not going to go just to somebody.
Thank you for that. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just want to say, I mean, the comment was not made by me, but I also wanted to point out that, you know, later on in our package tonight, we have some correspondence from the region, and one of the letters is a letter that was sent out to residents that live around the Hawkins development that the region recently did in Niagara Falls. And again, it was subsidized housing. I think they took down a bunch of houses and then they built some 3-story buildings that they're going to use for subsidized housing. In the letter, Your Worship, that the region sent to all of our council tonight, they start off by saying that the region itself needs 7,500 affordable housing units. Your Worship, everything is important. Trees are important, people's opinions are important. At some point, we have to decide where our priorities are going to be. Are we going to get serious about building units, or are we going to let things stand in the way? I mean, I'll go back to, you know, Councillor Campbell's comments about the facility over on Armory in Victoria, and he's only a few doors away, and he was the first person that stood up and said, you know, we need this in our city. We have to have this. This has to go forward. And he supported it, and I respect that very much. And that's why I say, Your Worship, I mean, I don't want to find roadblocks to put in front of it. I understand that people's opinions are important, trees are important. As Mr. Hurlovich has explained, you know, we can have a program for trees. We can plant more trees. That's always another option. I just don't want to throw things out there that will stop it, because, you know, being able to build 100 units and and tackle some of that larger number of 7,500, it is really going to be helpful for all of us, Your Worship. I mean, I heard the comment the other day of, why are there so many people on the streets? I mean, as I drive around now, I see so many more people asking for money. I see makeshift places and in all parts of the city, you know. There's obviously a problem there, Your Worship. We really, and you know, typically in the past, municipalities have never been involved in the construction of facilities. We never have. It's always been the higher level of government that has funded that. But lately the trend has been for municipalities to start getting involved, and it's our turn, now, Your Worship. So I'm happy to move the motion whenever you like.
Okay, so we've got motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange.
Can I speak to that?
Yes. Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. I'm glad to see that Councillor Pietrangelo understands the need now. Councillor Dabrowski, at the last meeting we discussed this, asked for us to refresh their memories in regards to the presentation we made when Lori and I went to Austin to Mobile Loaves and Fishes. So I sent it to everybody the same evening, and I don't know if any of you watched it, but there are more than one way to deal with the affordable housing in a city. You're looking at one way. We offered numerous suggestions when we came back. If you watched the presentation, and Councillor Campbell had messaged and said, is that the same presentation you gave at our homeless session? Yes, it is. And Councillor Lococo brought it up, I think, at the last meeting when she talked about inclusionary housing. When Councillor Pietrangelo talks about the number of people on the list and the number of houses needed, that was the same it was when we came back from Austin. The need's been there since we opened the first shelter 5 years ago. But there are so many different ways to do it now. I don't think mowing down green space and fitting it in a hydro field is necessary. I'm sorry about the barking, is necessarily the best avenue to go. That's why I'd like to see the neighbors polled. I do agree on the need for affordable housing, but this is just one instance that's been put before you now. We haven't even revisited the type of affordable housing we brought back from Austin. And if we're going to do this now, and Councillor Pietrangelo just said, you know, it's time that we got involved. He's echoed exactly what Lori and I said when we came back from Austin. So I'm glad to see he believes it's time. But I think we need to look at a number of methods. And I hope we're not just married to this property and that we're married to the idea of creating affordability, because the building he's talking about is not going to take the homeless, mentally ill, and addicted people off the street. That's an entirely different problem, separate and aside. It might help people who are on a list or living in affordable housing uses that are not big enough and they need something bigger, but it's not going to help the homeless addict on the street. And I think we need to look at this in a two-pronged measure. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, I just want to make some headway here. Great suggestions around the table. I think we need to remain focused. So if we're talking about affordable housing, let's talk about affordable housing. Councillor Pietrangelo has brought a great potential project forward to the table, and I'm hearing a lot of resistance, which kind of concerns me a little bit, because we're all supposed to be working together. I know there's a homelessness committee. I think Councillor Campbell, you chair that. So hopefully there's a ton of discussion around that committee table. And Councillor Ioannoni, I know yourself and Councillor Lococo went down to Texas. That was almost 2 or 3 years ago. So we're looking, I think, for more solutions. I think Councillor Pietrangelo has a solution. But right now around the table, we're just talking about ways to halt a potential development to bring more affordable housing into the community. So I'm a little bit confused as to what really the discussion is around the table. Either way, though, I see a lot of positive things coming out of it. Hopefully we can just put our horse blinders on and work on one project at a time. But rather than talk about 3 or 4 different ways of doing something, let's do it one specific way, and let's get more affordable housing into the community. Whether that means we have to maybe take down some green space. I don't want to see trees go down either, but we can't have our cake and eat it too. So if we want more affordable housing, let's go after it and make that our primary focus. I'll just leave that on the table.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor.
This is debate, right?
Yeah.
I think that's great that he too has come to that epiphany now. But there are many, many ways to do affordable housing. That is not, and I'm curious. I'm not sure what language I used that said I didn't think this one was good. I don't like the idea of mowing down trees or neighbors not having a say. But there are multiple avenues of affordable housing that if the city actually wants to get into, that we can do. Everything is positive. I'm not putting on horse blinders for nothing. I think there are a lot of avenues. I think Councillor Lococo brought some in when we talked about inclusionary housing, and I think there was a comment made around the table that we don't know if, and I'm not saying tiny houses, but smaller houses fit into Niagara Falls. Well, smaller houses are fitting into huge municipalities all across Canada and the US. I had put some information together from another province that I will make sure all of council gets. But I think if we're going to look at this, we can't look at in a tunnel vision, but in a scope that in the broader sense, we want to help affordable housing and not just on one piece of property.
Thank you. And for clarity, it was inclusionary zoning is what Councillor Lococo brought forward.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had the word wrong.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so why don't we call the vote? We've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor, who seconded? Councillor Strange, that's right? Right, is that right? That staff begin the pre-consultation and neighborhood consultation process on the property. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Great.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor.
Sorry to interrupt, but as we were talking, I was just thinking about, I was wondering if staff could give us a report maybe on a biannual basis or annual basis about the number of housing units that have been permitted for the year and then built for a year, just to give us an update to see where we are. Like, we know we need a certain number by a certain time, and Niagara Regional Housing said we need 7,500, but it would just be nice to see what we're doing throughout the year.
Like an update from the region?
No, from us, ours.
Mr. CAO?
Through the chair to the councillor, yeah, I think unfortunately Alex's last council meeting is tonight, but it's much easier for me to incur the next person, and that will be one of the KPIs I think we'll look at. I think it is I think this council has been
KPIs?
Key performance indicators that. Thank you, Mayor. That this is a priority that this council has clearly set forth to to staff, and I think I would say. This council locally has probably contributed more to an issue that's not actually in their mandate than most other councils. So I think we can capture that. The statistics, Alex and and Sam can certainly provide to council. So that's something that we'll put into our plan moving forward.
Great, I think that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Through you to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, we know it's not in our mandate. How can we make it to be part of our mandate?
You can't officially make it part of your mandate because it is the responsibility of the upper tier. That being said, I think you put it into your, I think you've directed staff and you've undertaken initiatives to, to certainly participate heavily in the process. So I think every time council adopts a budget and a strategic plan with those goals, that's how you put it in your mandate. It just won't be the provincially allocated mandate, but I think it would be the mandate of this council and staff if council so desires to put it in their plan. And I think I was just going to say, I think we've got a great working relationship with Commissioner Jugli and Kathy Cousins, Director Cousins up at the region. We've done a number of joint projects with them, and there's more coming on that. So, by entering in those agreements with the region, you're essentially signing off on supporting that initiative. Hopefully that addresses your question.
It does. Would you need a motion from this council to officially put it in as part of our plan?
Through the chair, I would suggest that comes through the strategic planning process we'll end up doing next year. We already have a bunch of, I would say, directions from council currently and a bunch of motions, but I think that would fit very nicely into next year's strategic plan as, you know, as every new council puts forward a strategic plan, I think it would be part of that process going forward. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to I'm sorry, did we vote? Did we vote yet? I can't remember. We did vote. Yes, we did. And you were in favor. It was unanimous. You're right, I didn't. Yeah, that's right. And you're right. But were you in favor? Yes. Yes, okay, good. It was unanimous. Great. Okay, item 8.4, request for extension of revitalization grant for 5698 Main Street Wellness Suite. Everybody's fighting over this one. Who made the motion? Councillor who? Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Okay, any, oh, I know, I have to look to the right. I apologize. You have to make noise. You have to do like Councillor Pietrangelo, just yell it out, and then I'll hear you.
It's hard to miss the skinny guys like Wayne.
So a motion to move the 4 recommendations in regard to the historic Drummondville CIP. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that.
Great.
Consent agenda. Councillor Dabrowski. Pardon me? Okay, does anyone want anything lifted on the consent agenda? Okay, motion by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo that we move the consent agenda. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you for that. Moving along to communications, we have a resolution for the city of St. Catharines regarding to National Summit on Islamophobia. Recommendation is to refer to staff. Okay, yeah, and the committee. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carrió, that we refer to the staff as well as the Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee and the Anti-Racism Committee. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. I looked at you, Councillor Campbell. Item 10.2, Niagara Regional Correspondence. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question on the one about the community safe zone on Lundy's Lane. What exactly is it? I understand what a community safe zone is, but what is the description? What it entails? What are the guidelines? I couldn't get that out of the report.
It's in the, there's a document that I'll like.
That says reducing this speed and.
Yeah. I think that was a speed thing. I don't recall now. Mr. Nicol, are you available to address that question?
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, apologize. If I could get some help on the specific report. But in the meantime, generally, designating a community safety zone allows the municipality to increase the fines for speeding tickets and to lower the speed limits within the school safety zone. I'm assuming that's what the region has done in this piece of correspondence.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Dabrowski, you found something on it too? You were having
I
your...
thought it was on our agenda. Maybe it doesn't have enough info or outline, but.
Yeah, the only thing I see is a 2-pager, and it talks about designating a community safe zone and designated additional community safe zone. And then it's got a Schedule A with the region road, 20 Kaler Road. I didn't see anything else, so maybe I'm missing something.
You got one on Kaler Road.
Maybe we can have staff come back to us on that one.
I'm sure it sounds great. I just wanted to know what it was.
Yeah, and I
Thank
can't
you.
recall it either myself. I don't recall it. So maybe Mr. Nicol can come back to us with an update. Yes, Mr. CAO?
We can just, because it's a bylaw passed by the region, so we can just follow up and obtain the report that supported that bylaw. So they circulated the bylaw, but we can, we'll have the clerk follow up to see if we can obtain the staff report from the region.
Maybe we can just get it emailed out to us?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Great. So we need to receive the correspondence, motion to receive the correspondence from the region. Moved by Councillor Carrió, seconded by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. Thank you. Item 10.3, City of Kitchener Resolution for Vaccine Passport Program. Okay, motion by Councillor Carrió, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo that we receive and file. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 10.4, flag raising request, 56-year anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties between relations of the Republic of Bulgaria and Canada. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay. But thanks for voting for it anyway. Item 10.5, the downtown BIA Parking Holiday Shopping.
Conflict, Mr. Mayor?
A conflict by Councillor Lococo. Okay, motion by Councillor Campbell that we move the recommendation. I had Councillor, we've got Councillor Ioannoni seconding it. If there's no discussion to that, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, thank you, with one conflict. Item 10.6, proclamation request, the Year of the Garden. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carriot, that we approve the request to proclaim the year 2022 as the Year of the Garden. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, thank you for that. Now, resolutions, resolution 11.1. Councillor Lococo, I believe this is your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the last meeting, I brought up a resolution, and I was asked to bring it in proper form, which I did this time, and it worked out quite well because somebody contacted me. She worked on the tree bylaw in Oakville and provided me a lot of information about what to do. So it's basically the same as what I brought last time, but it's tweaked a little bit with some better wording and a better focus. And the whole reason behind this is residents are concerned that we're cutting down a lot of trees in our community. We get a lot of phone calls, and then I would call staff and say, what's happening with these trees? Well, it's under a certain it's under the region bylaw, so I call the region, and then they say, well, it's under the Forestry Act definition of trees, and if it doesn't meet that, we can't do anything about it. So the definition is that the Forestry Act defines a woodland as 1,000 trees of any size per hectare, 750 trees at 5 centimeters, 500 trees at 12 centimeters, or 250 trees over 20 centimeters. So this resolution that I brought forward is that we're just asking the Ontario government to review this definition. We're losing so many trees. We don't have a lot of trees left. Could we look at the definition? And that definition is used in the Municipal Act, it's used in the Planning Act, and the Natural Heritage Reference Manual.
Okay, thank you for that. So are you going to move the resolution?
Yes, I will move that. Thank you.
Okay.
A second it.
Okay, and second by Councillor Ioannoni. Councillor Thompson, and then Dabrowski.
Yeah, I was, on the other issue, the trees, I was just, because they were right behind the houses and they were really heavy there. And I think we should refer this to our staff to do some work on this. I don't want to have a bylaw or forcing us to do what the province wants. And I think we should be planting more trees from the city. I think that I would like the city come back and say, we need trees and we should be planting them on our property or appropriate areas throughout every year to make sure we do that. So I don't want to get the province coming in here and saying, restricting it in the urban boundary and having problems with development and what we want to do here. If you look out in our rural area, we have huge trees and much more all over municipalities in the region. So I would think we start with our staff first.
So, Councillor, are you recommending a motion for deferral, or what exactly are you asking for?
No, let's give it to staff, and if they come back with a recommendation.
Okay, well, we already have a motion on the floor, so we can't have two motions on the floor. So if it's not
Well,
that.
you didn't let me speak before that.
I've got Councillor Dabrowski next, Councillor. Okay, to that, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last meeting, we passed a private tree bylaw, and staff are bringing a bunch of information about that. So that is partly what staff is doing.
I want to see it, yeah.
So staff is doing that already. But
Okay,
this
so
is different, this is the provincial.
Yeah, I understand. I've got Councillor Dabrowski, then Carrio.
Yeah, I can't support the motion. Again, previously we were talking about affordable housing, potential new development into the city. I just feel like we're sending the wrong message and we're not looking deeply into it like we should be. And I agree with Councillor Thompson, plant more trees. I was out with the Park and the City committee a couple of weeks ago planting trees along Stanley Avenue, and I think we planted over 100 new trees. So we are planting new trees. There are a lot of trees, and obviously they're important to our community, but so is development and affordable housing. So I won't support the motion now because I'm not exactly sure what we're asking the province, and I would hate to shoot ourselves in the foot without knowing exactly what I'm voting on. And there's a number of council reps around the table that always want as much information as possible. And when we're talking about affordable housing and development and potentially deterring that development, I would hate to do that without getting some more information back. So I won't support the motion. I would have supported a deferral, but that's my 2 cents.
Thank you for that, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a recorded vote, please?
We're not there yet, Councillor. We're still debating. I'll have Councillor Carrion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Councillor Thompson, Councillor Dabrowski. I'd like to see a discussion with our staff. We have our staff coming back to talk about trees. I don't really want to just run to the province and say, tighten up the trees. I'd rather have the staff come back to us and come up with some ideas on what we can do for trees, whether the city's going to do more, whether we're going to give some incentives to homeowners or developers or whatever to plant more trees. I don't want to be told by the province to do more. So I don't really want to get the province involved at this stage. I'd rather wait till I see what the staff come back with. And if you're looking for a motion for a deferral, well, I'm just going to vote against it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask our CAO, maybe CAO, you've kind of heard the discussion, you know the motion that was made last meeting. Do you have any insight or suggestions on the staff's perspective on tree status in the city?
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I can start it, and Mr. Hurlovich or Mr. Nickel can contribute. We took a very broad approach to the direction that from council. Staff is supportive of looking at ways to, we believe tree canopy coverage is important. We believe in looking at ways to combat climate change with naturalization. What staff is wanting to do is to gather some information and present back to council the reports on, what do we have in place? What are the tools we have in place now? What are some of the best practices that are out there? What is our exact situation? Because I can tell you right now, I'm not sure what our tree canopy coverage is, for example. I'm not sure where we're losing trees. Is it, I've seen the municipality I came from, they would issue reports to say, here's how many acres of trees that were taken out, here was the reasons for that, and here's the new plantings, and here's our total acreage of trees. We don't have that information currently. And, I think staff would like to be able to define what the problem is, and then define what tools we have existing, some of which we may or may not be using, and define what tools might be best to address the situation. So, I understand, the councillor, the Forestry Act bases on a hectare of trees for it to be called a woodlot. There's a philosophy in that because the Forestry Act is around lumbering practices. And therefore they want so many trees and they want so many trees of a certain quality to be able to harvest the wood in what they call responsible foresting standards in Ontario. If you go anything smaller than a hectare, you can't actually have responsible foresting standards. But that doesn't stop us from looking at, I think, solving the issue that this council and many citizens are talking about, is protecting trees and protecting our tree canopy. And I think we can, bring back a report that will address it, maybe not with exact solutions or maybe with, more pinpointed solutions. But the intent is to, and I hate to place, there's a lot of stress on staff with a lot of issues. But, we'll need a few months to undertake this. And we may even need to, frankly, at Norfolk County, which has the most amount of woodlots in Ontario, and a large forestry department, we had to go outside to get outside consultants, frankly, to help us draft some things. And that is probably something that we would have to look at here with it, and it's something we would have to budget for. But we can bring something preliminary with some roadmaps for council. But I don't want you to take this as us delaying or procrastinating on the issue. I think we do have a lot of tools now. You talk, like, when a lot of projects come to the table, we're asking for arborist reports and that kind of stuff because we do mandate that. So we are using a lot of tools in our toolbox to combat it. But I think to get a comprehensive answer, we need a bit more time.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Carriot, Councillor Strange.
Well, Your Worship, the reason I like to see it come back is our staff. I'd like to see what they can come up with to see if it gives us the same results with more flexibility for our community, rather than just being told what to do by the province. And when they do that, they cut a swath for the whole province. Might not necessarily fit Niagara Falls. But we get stuck with it. It's like a lot of the things that we turn down for housing because the province has mandated it. We're stuck with it, and every time something happens here, we had a council chamber full of people not liking something that the province has mandated. Why would we do it again? Let's have the staff have an opportunity to have a good look at what's happening, like our CAO said, in our municipality, and see if we couldn't come up with the same type of result with some flexibility for us. So I agree with them.
I've got Councillor Strange and then Lococo.
Yeah, I think we need more time, so I'd just like to put a motion on to defer.
Okay, so
Is it to defer to staff or?
what? Maybe just before we get a second
Okay.
on that, because then it's not debatable. It's going to go to our CAO, just because I think we're ready to vote. I think I just read the tea leaves, but Mr. CAO, what's the best way to help you move things forward?
I don't want to inject myself into a council debate. Council can decide to pass this or not pass that, and that is a request for, the way I read it, is a request for us to request the province to review definitions and other items in their existing acts. We're still going to carry forward with our work either way, because I'm not going to wait for who knows how long it's going to take the province to get back. I think the tree canopy issue and, the goals that that our staff want to set on that is going to be somewhat independent of that. But, if this council sees merit in asking for changes at the provincial level, then they can do that independent of the work we're going to do, because whatever happens at the province level will probably take years anyways.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo?
I'll take
back
that motion for deferral.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo?
So since there was a motion on the floor, I don't think the deferral motion can,
Yeah, a deferral would supersede it, and it would.
even though there was a motion on the
Yes,
floor?
it would.
Okay, so
Yep.
what I was trying to say before we got the motion for deferral is, I will remove that motion, and we can go to staff to get all of that information, and I do value all of the tools that we have, but realistically, we haven't been doing anything because of this Forestry Act. Every time there's a plot of land with trees on it, they get cut down. So I do understand that we can move forward with some bylaws, private tree bylaws and that sort of thing, and the other tools, but we haven't done it until now, and I'm just afraid the longer we leave it, more trees are going to be cut down. There's one on Dorchester Road, there's 200 trees there. There is an arborist report, but when you go through the report, there's X number that are poor and should be cut down, X number that are diseased and should be cut down, 35 good ones. Some of them are on the periphery on other people's property. So when you look at that whole plot of land, they might say 35 trees, and some of them are right in the middle of where they're going to build, so they're going to cut them down anyway. So they will plant more, but it's very, it takes a long time for those trees, to grow. So I'm all for getting more information. I just don't want this dragging on, that nothing is going to happen, that we're not able to save the trees because we're in the same position as we were before, that everything goes by the Forestry Act.
Okay, so you're withdrawing your motion?
I
then?
will withdraw the motion, and
By
if,
your resolution.
and if for the resolution, and that staff look into how else we can save some trees. It's nice to say there's a preservation report, but out of 200 trees, when 35 might be saved, but they're going to cut them down for a development, that's not a preservation plan. We really need to look at something different.
So I think our staff, what our CEO is saying, it's going to take money. Maybe it's going to be hiring more staff, more budget, a lot of things. So I think that's why they need to get back to us with, like you said, a roadmap on how we can get to where we want to be. And
As long as we're committed.
Yeah. Yep.
As long as we're committed, I'll do it. I'm just afraid that, like I said, the longer it takes, we keep seeing the trees in large sums. And even trees, I've been doing a lot of research and talking to a lot of people, even the trees that are dead or diseased, when they fall down, they're now a house for other insects, bugs, animals, and that sort of thing. If they get removed, then the ecosystem is not working the way it's supposed to. So I'm fine with doing it as long as it doesn't get put on the back burner and that we are doing something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Carrier?
Just a question, Your Worship, that also we might consider is, it's all fine and dandy to say we want to change the tree bylaw and have it all tightened up. How many developments do we have on our books that people are getting ready to do that are doing it the way they were doing it in the past? And now we're going to change the rules of the game and come back to them and say, oh, you can't do that development now because we've just changed the tree bylaw. So you can't cut any trees on your property. So now, how does that work?
I'm assuming that would have been grandfathered. It would not be projects we'd already approved.
I'm assuming that if they change the tree deal, that they would fall under all properties, not ones that are already, whether they're approved or not approved. You'd have to go back and say you'd be falling under the new law. So I'd like to have that looked at as well.
Well, why don't we'll wait for the staff to come back with our report, and then we'll have our answers.
You just want to make sure you know what you're doing before you just go and do something.
Yep, exactly.
I just had a question.
Go ahead, Councillor. Yep.
Through you to the CEO. Tree canopy, sir, what was that? Just so I understand what it is.
Through the councillor, tree canopy is the concept of, I believe the region, I could be wrong, they're looking at a target of a 30% tree canopy, so 30% of your is covered. And the benefit of that, especially in urban areas, is it takes away heat sources, it creates more natural drainage for your wastewater, or sorry, your stormwater and that kind of stuff. So we should be very clear on what our tree canopy is today and where we need to go with that.
And that's what this report will have, some of that information.
Yeah, I'll be blunt, we don't have our tree canopy, we don't know what our tree canopy is today, so we would need to be able to, say that one of the first steps is let's determine our tree canopy. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. So we've got item 11.2, another resolution zoning bylaw amendment application for Stanley Avenue. This one is, help me understand this one, Mr. I'm sorry? Move the resolution whereby the zoning bylaw, it's seen as minor in nature and exempts the requirement for further written notice.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Ratification of in camera, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Worship, Council did meet earlier this afternoon in camera. There's nothing to ratify. There was direction given to staff.
Okay, thank you for that. Bylaws?
Mr. Mayor, I want to declare a conflict on your in-camera items.
Okay. Well, there's no ratification. There's no ratification of in-camera. What's? Okay. Okay, so you want to just declare yourself as?
I didn't attend because I had a conflict.
Okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, you've got, do you have that?
I do have that verbally, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. So you need something in writing after the fact too? Yeah, Councillor Ioannoni, you can send something to the clerk as well?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay, great. Okay, yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I mean, I'll move the first, second, and third reading of the bylaws, but I also want to note that I am opposed to 2021-126, which is the repealing of the bylaw to designate under the Ontario Heritage Act the former school that's at the corner of Lundy's Lane and Montrose, which I'm opposed to demolishing. So I'll be opposed to the bylaw, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Lococo?
Same thing, opposed to 2021-126.
Okay. Okay, so who's going to second the bylaws? Councillor Thompson? Okay. With opposition from Councillor Pietrangelo, Lococo, and Campbell for the demolition of the old Recreation Commission building. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. New business. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. When we were talking about cannabis, the one thing that I forgot to bring up was a lighting bylaw. I'd like to actually just a lighting bylaw. I know other municipalities for the indoor facilities have passed lighting bylaws in the sense that the structure itself should not be emitting a certain amount of or a certain level of lighting. I think what we see is these buildings are placed in the middle of nowhere and they just become a beacon all night long. So I'd like to pass that over to staff so that when they come back with the amendments, hopefully we can have something to that effect in there. Thanks, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else, Councillor?
No.
Okay. Who else? All right. Motion from Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Carrier for adjournment. All those in favor? Okay, and that's done. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you next week, or next meeting, rather.